Very good. Welcome. Welcome to NFT3. Welcome to the virtual space of this conference as well, if you're joining us online. If I could just get everybody to settle down, please. I'm John Wyver. I'm an independent producer and someone with a strong interest in broadcasting history. I was there that afternoon watching, indeed, with my friend Michael Jackson, who then went on to be Chief Executive of Channel 4. I didn't go on to be Chief Executive of Channel 4. But Michael and I sat in my rented accommodation in Hackney at 4:20 that afternoon, November the 2nd, watching first of all, a dazzling, it seemed to us, montage of clips, and then the really extraordinary first sight of that Channel 4 logo breaking apart and coming together again, which of course is now completely cliched, but at the time, in that early moment of computer graphics, felt just extraordinary. And then we sat there in front of the television all evening watching the whole schedule of that first day. I'm talking later on, but this morning we've got two distinguished producers for Channel 4, Holly AYLETT and Margaret Dickinson. And the way we're going to do this is they're going to speak, give their papers. We'll hold questions until both of them have spoken, and then we'll also be able to take questions both from the room and from online. And there's a system for people to post online. We can't get you to speak online, but there's a system where you can post your question, and that'll be relayed to us in the room. Holly was an early producer with working on Broadside and Bandung. She's now director of the UK Coalition for Cultural Diversity and is about, in fact, to go off to Mexico for a major conference, UNESCO conference on sustainability. Margaret was a founder member of the IFA long ago, but very important organisation working and lobbying as part of the campaign for Channel 4, and as I say, an early producer. Holly's paper is called Women's Voice in Flagship Current Affairs, The Legacy of Broadside and 2020 Vision in Current Affairs. And Margaret's is making a series for Naomi Sargeant's Education Department. Holly.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thanks to John and the team for bringing this together, because it's terrific that it's happening. And also, actually, to Rod Stoneman for his week, because I came to several of the events that he programmed, and they were very interesting, just looking back. I also just like to add to John's introduction that I was very much part of the campaign for Channel 4, and we were an action group, and I think contributed, along with the IFA and various other independent organisations, at the time when Channel 4 was still being debated and it was going to be ITV3. We lobbied really hard, and it's one of the most successful campaigns that I've been part of, and we did get Channel 4. So Channel 4 didn't happen sort of from up above. I think it's really important to acknowledge that it was grassroots pressure that was waiting and wanting an opening for an expression of different points of view, different voices, etc., etc. And I think we campaigned very hard for it at quite high political level. So I'm going to be talking about a commission in 1981, which was for the Current Affairs, the launch flagship Current Affairs of Channel 4. And the series was commissioned from two companies, Broadside, that I was a part of, and our series was called Broadside. And we shared it with Gamble's Milne, and their series was called 2020 Vision, led by Lynn Gambles and Claudia Milne. And both, the important thing is that both series were directed by and produced by women. However, it's important to say that both the structure of these two organisations and the principles which we brought to production were quite different, I think. And apart from some occasional references and the shared contexts, I won't actually today be really doing a comparative analysis, including 2020 Vision, in this presentation. I'm sorry if that's a disappointment to some of you, but I haven't been able to accomplish all the interviews that I would need to do that at this stage. That said, I'm really delighted to have the privilege of recapturing this chapter in television history, because I really think it sort of got almost airbrushed. And perhaps that'll be a bit clearer once I go through this presentation. But it really exemplifies Channel 4's boldness in its first interventions. I mean, if you just imagine now proposing that Panorama or Dispatches should be edited and produced entirely by women today, you get some idea of the sort of stir that it caused at the time. Broadside advocated for this slot in response to Jeremy Isaac's emphasis that the channel's output should be distinctly different, itself a response to the mandate of the 1981 Broadcasting Act, which encouraged the new channel to innovate in form and content. And Broadside then pioneered these frameworks in a whole series of negotiations and discussions with Liz Forgan, who was then the Director of Programmes. And it was about a year, I suppose, before the actual launch. And sometime before that launch, it was decided by Channel 4 to include 2020 Vision, and they shared the series with us. We did 2 sets of 8, and they did 3 sets to cover the year. So Broadside originated as a collective of 12 women, and the group included some of the most established women practitioners of the time. Diane Thomas, who recently died, who was one of the best-known pioneer camera women of her generation. Dee Dee Glass, who also trained at the National Film School alongside Diane, and she went on to work as a director at Granada Television. Suzanne Davis and Caroline Pick, they were then producers at the BBC. And Eleanor Stevens, who was previously a director with Thames Television. And I joined as a sort of lowly researcher, but was equal in the mix of the collective. I actually moved from not the 9 o'clock news to the BBC's regional newsroom in Leeds, where I thought I'd better get some experience in current affairs before joining the series. And then on the academic side, Broadside included Helen Bear, then a lecturer at Middlesex Polytechnic. And in 1979, she'd convened a really significant conference, the Women in Television, Film and Television Conference, which brought the debates of the 70s feminist movement to challenge our screen spaces. And it did a lot to focus attention on the marginalisation of women working in the audiovisual industries, and it also sort of galvanised, as conferences can, a moment for change, brought us all together. And in that year too, the Women's Film and Television Lobby Group was formed, and that aimed to challenge the invisibility of women both in front and behind the camera. And I remember regular discussions at the Intrepid Fox in Wardour Street, the centre of the UK's white, male-dominated film industry. So it was from these movements that Broadside emerged. And in October 1981, the year before the channel started, we won a grant of £15,000 from Liz Forgan, who had edited the Guardian women's pages, so she was well aware of the lack of opportunities for women at the time. And with this grant, we ran workshops and provided training and support services to help women get a foothold in television and to compete. Statistics gathered by the Women in Television group demonstrate what women were up against in 1980, and it's worth remembering quite how difficult it was to have any access to television. Out of 157 producers at the BBC, in the BBC's 6 departments, only 25 were women, and at top executive producer level and head of department, out of 29 men, there was just 1 woman in continuing education. And much the same pattern was reflected in the ITV companies, and on the technical side, there were hardly any trained women. And even 5 years later, in 1985, I came across some figures for the ITV companies, and of 306 camera operators, only 12 were women, and there were only 6 sound technicians out of 277. On the other hand, every single production assistant, a total of 348 people, was a woman. So an enormously skewed industry. And that's important, I think, from all points of view in terms of what a lot of other Channel 4 programmes in those first years brought as well. But our initiative was important. And from the perspective of the viewing public, women were considered a minority interest in spite of being 51%. However, there were ongoing debates in broadcasting's editorial teams about how better to serve these interests, whether through magazine programmes, documentary series, or one-offs. And it was an area fraught with ideological difficulties and significant disagreement over so-called women's issues, whether or not such things existed, or should they even exist. And in 1981, I came across a memo entitled Women's Programmes for the Fourth Channel. And this was by Jane Hewland, who was then a staff member at London Weekend Television. And it's very telling. She's writing to her producer on the political series Weekend World and CCing in John Burt, who was then director of programmes. And she asks, why should these issues be designated women's issues to be dealt with on a separate programme? Should they not equally concern men? Should they not equally be about men? And therefore, should they not more appropriately be tackled on mainstream current affairs programmes? In order to test her own conviction, she'd convened a group of women journalists working in current affairs who unanimously rejected the whole idea of women's issues and were equally worried, and I quote, about a series that would end up merely using women as the subject matter, primarily for the greater enlightenment of men. Hewland also refers to the other embattled concept, which was feminism, suggesting a series to educate men and women about what feminists want and why they think the way they do. And she goes on to add, by feminism I do not mean the heavy spare rib end of the movement. I mean the view of everyone, from Polly Toynbee and Jill Tweedy onwards, i.e. everyone who thinks that the present social setup is unfair to women. Both Jeremy Isaacs and Liz Forgan favoured commissioning a series that would feature current affairs issues made by women, rather than specifically about or for women. And in general, this was the approach which Broadside accepted. However, whilst open to covering any issue, we did aim to question mainstream news stories where an alternative and equally valid women's perspective was overlooked. And we also wanted to expand the range of subjects considered worthy to be current affairs topics by putting stories, like the women's peace movement, on the mainstream agenda for the first time. We recognise that values are embedded in working practices, so these also needed to change to enable shifts in representation. And this awareness came from principles evolved by the women's movement, which all of us were involved in. Diane Simmons, a journalist with Sunday Times, described Broadside as a group of feminist professionals rather than professional feminists, which wasn't a bad description. So from the outset, key decisions on editorial content were collectivised, with input from the whole group. However, Channel 4 were concerned about how to manage relations, I think, with a collective, let alone one comprising feminist professionals. So they made it a condition of our contract that there should be one editorial lead. This became Eleanor Stevens, who as series editor had almost sole access in communications with the channel. Retrospectively, while this might have delivered efficiency from some points of view, and I think Eleanor did a very good job, it also contributed to the eventual unravelling of Broadside, where power and influence were unequally vested in one person. Broadside's structure was also distinctive in that the whole team were women, not just the editorial and production team, as with 2020 Vision, our sister series. Women were employed at every level, including technical and management positions. And furthermore, in making the programmes, there was recognition that the hierarchical separation between technical and production roles was a false one, and production teams endeavoured to involve everyone at planning, production and editorial stages. And I remember our office was always extremely busy and very open. There was a sort of constant exchange of sort of people coming in, although practically speaking, once you get into production, obviously there's an efficiency that applies to the division of labour. This was a legacy not only from collective practices of the feminist movement, but also from the independent filmmaking tradition, and was distinct from structures in mainstream broadcasting at the time. Before the series, we also set up an international network of over 170 advisors. These women helped to feed in underreported stories which Broadside covered. Our series included Khomeini's Other War, which was an examination of the war fought by Iranian Kurds against over 100,000 Iranian troops in a bitter struggle for independence. It included America's silent war on the covert war fought by the CIA in Central America. Not Like Other Girls, that was an extraordinary investigation into how the hormones used in animal feed were causing incredible abnormalities in Puerto Rican children. I mean, literally kids aged 3 with breasts. It was quite an extraordinary film. And No One Suffered, a film about British atomic bomb tests in South Australia in the 50s. And this film included exclusive archive material on the exposure of servicemen and Aborigines to radiation during the Maralinga bomb tests in South Australia. And the footage actually shows data gathering scientists in planes flying through the clouds after the explosion, and Aborigines on the ground watching and told to turn their backs against the blast. And when Jeremy saw this film, he argued strongly that it should open the series. And given the news values of the day, his instinct might have been right. But I think we had different priorities and insisted very strongly on leading with a film about British women peace campaigners and their counterparts all over the world, which was narrated by Julie Christie. At the time, most current affairs narrators were male, it should be said, and so a male voice was in more senses than one. But whatever Jeremy Isaac's expectation, this film, Taking on the Bomb, was viewed by a large audience and stirred a controversy which drove Roger Scruton, author and professor of philosophy, into Channel 4's video box. I don't know whether anyone here remembers the video box. It was a really innovative idea, I thought, which was like a photo booth that sat in the foyer of Channel 4. So anyone could come off the street and you press the button and you could record, I think you had something like a minute to do it, you know, what you felt about a programme. And then Gus MacDonald edited whatever input he had and called in the producers, and it created Right to Reply. And Right to Reply, which I worked on for a bit, but it was the only programme series that was produced by Channel 4 at the time. So anyway, we're going to see a clip I thought it would be nice to show you of Taking on the Bomb. And immediately afterwards, there's a clip of the Right to Reply, which is quite fun to watch.
During the last 2 years, an extraordinary political phenomenon has gripped the West. The decision by thousands of women to challenge the most powerful military establishment the world has ever known. The women of the West are taking on the bomb.
Women are here in their thousands because this is where cruise missiles are going to be stationed. It's a way of making nuclear weapons imaginable to people. You can't see them, you can't hear them, and you won't see them coming into this country. It'll all be done quietly. And the reason we're all here is to bring attention to the place where they're going to be stationed, give people an idea of what's going to happen.
Cruise missiles have politicized women on a scale not seen since the suffragettes took to the streets. Greenham Common Air Force Base in Berkshire is one of 2 sites the government has chosen for 160 cruise missiles, due later this year. It's become the focus for the women's anti-nuclear movement in Britain. Work is now well underway in digging out missile silos to house these new weapons. Cruise flies close to the ground, avoiding radar. Its sophisticated guidance means the Russians would have little chance of shooting it down. Once they're launched, they will almost inevitably reach and destroy their targets, each with the force of 15 Hiroshima bombs. Women are also concerned because cruise can be fired from mobile launchers spread over most of England and Wales. The only way the Russians could avoid being hit by them would be to destroy them before they were launched, by blanketing the entire country with a carpet of giant nuclear bombs.
I was struck while watching it by its resemblance to Nazi propaganda films and also Soviet propaganda films. The ones that I've seen begin, as this film does, by carefully separating people into friends and enemies. There's the enemy, this establishment, this peculiar thing, which is then immediately called the atom bomb. Then there are friends, who are represented throughout the film as pleasant, chanting people linking hands in solidarity against this evil force. Very similar, that is, to the Nazi propaganda method of picking out the internal enemy, the secret enemy, the Jew, at the beginning, and then pointing to these wonderful, smiling Aryan faces linked in solidarity against this force.
Helena Stevens, a very strong criticism there.
Well, can I start by saying that the main reason I'm here really is to say how delighted that we were with all the tremendous response to the film. I think 230 letters is, for a current affairs programme, is absolutely staggering. We did a bit of homework and found that only 3 or 4 current affairs programmes in the last 3 years had got more than 100 letters. So
yes, it is a very emotional issue. It does get people to write in. But isn't it perhaps the criticism that the very technique you employed is what aroused that degree of emotion in people, and that's what was unfair about it?
Well, what I was going to go on to say was that, in fact, a lot of the letters commented on how refreshing it was to get a balance to the many other programmes which cover this issue. So I think that's the first thing that I'd say, that when you talk about balance, and this is particularly relevant to a Channel 4 programme, which has a very different concept of balance. This is part of its remit, that the programmes don't have to be, quote, balanced within the programme, but that it is Channel 4's responsibility across the schedule to balance the programmes. So, in a sense, the question of balance is a question for Channel 4, I think, not for us.
Well, let me put a question to Diane Tamers. I know that you've been involved in very many distinguished programmes, which are usually called observational films, where you go along and watch what a group of people are doing. And as programme makers, you're almost invisible. Why, in this case, did you put what seemed a rather heavy commentary on it to drive the story along?
I don't think the commentary is heavy. And I think the only way you can compare the work that I've done in the past with this is that I tried, wherever possible, to make it easy for people who weren't used to speaking to the camera and don't usually have a voice on television to speak out and express why it is they feel uneasy about what is happening.
We're going to see another clip in a moment as well. I think Diane addresses a really important difference as well between Broadside and other current affairs programmes at the time, which was our commitment to increase the on-screen presence of women in authoritative roles, whether experts or they could be just ordinary members of the public. But women were usually encountered by the audience as victims of war and violence, vox pops on the street perhaps, and in their domestic rather than their professional roles. And the majority of so-called experts were male. So Broadside sought to redress this by ensuring that some or all of the experts in the film, where possible, were women, and also trying to address ordinary women and their analysis of events with a sort of seriousness, whether through group discussion or individual interview. And in this last clip, Broadside takes on the politics of abortion, a hugely controversial subject at the time and obviously still today. And at the time, this was in 1983 in Ireland, which was where the vote to amend Article 8 of the Irish Constitution, effectively making abortion and contraception illegal, was going through. And in the mainstream news, it had largely been presented through the interests and voice of male politicians and obviously male bishops. So Broadside decided to take a different view on that story, and we went to a housing estate outside Dublin to expose the seriousness of the impact it would have on women's lives and their rights. And we worked with a renowned Irish journalist, Patricia Holland, who researched and she narrated this story. So if we can see that clip, please.
And I have a job, I'm one of the lucky ones. But there's a lot of women who have no jobs and their husband has no jobs. There's nothing. You have a house and that's all you have. You have nothing else. I mean, there's times when we've no water, no electricity, because they haven't got the power. They build the houses and yet they know they haven't got the power. They have nothing organised. You're just left there. You know, it's up to the church then the schools and for anything else. You're not taught, like, part of your sex education to use contraceptives. That's out. But when I got married first, I was a year married and I had Leslie. And they recommend the natural method of contraception. And I used that, but it only worked for me for a year. So even a year I said, well, it's not too bad. So the next time I used it again, but it only worked for me for 4 months. So that's how I had 3 babies under 3. Now, I'd have to use contraceptives. There's no way. I have no room for a mistake, or there's no way I could have any more children. The pressures now on women, unemployment, and I mean, they just can't. They're at their wits' end trying to make ends meet. Most women now are using artificial contraceptives. If this goes through, it means they won't be able to get them. That'll be that. And what's going to happen then? They'll have to give up their jobs because at some stage they're going to become pregnant again. And then it means more babies and more worries. And it's really, this particular issue is really for a woman.
Given these kinds of pressures, it's understandable that more Irish women are taking the law into their own hands and coming to Britain for abortions. For many of them, the journey starts here.
Thanks. I found that very emotional when I was looking at it again after quite some time, and that was actually in Ireland, because it's amazing to think, but that amendment stayed in place for almost 40 years before it got voted out in 2018, and I took that film over to show at one of the women's gatherings who were trying to mobilise at the time to overturn the amendment. So looking back at these programmes, most of the content stands the test of time, but the production values may be less so. However, the budget per programme was a mere 30,000, about half the allowance for current affairs episodes on rival channels. There were only 6 people as a core staff, whereas other weekly teams averaged about 25. So due to the economic constraints, many involved in Broadside's productions were contracted just for one programme. Union rules were very strict at the time, so we negotiated special dispensation. And at the outset, we had unprecedented cooperation, as observed in a comment by Lynn Lloyd, who was Broadside's facilities organiser, in an article published by The Telegraph. We've been allowed to use local crews on foreign assignments, almost unheard of, she says. And she goes on, the union liked the way we were making new jobs, for example. We got a grant from Channel 4 even to train a woman electrician. From Channel 4's point of view, Broadside was seen as an experiment, which to my knowledge has never been assessed and has never been repeated. At the start, Jeremy Isaacs defended the commission from critics such as the FT journalist Chris Dunkley, who accused him of practicing apartheid by excluding men. Isaacs retorted, "What we believe is that various able women journalists and programme makers will demonstrate they have something to say worth our hearing, and maybe even new ways of saying it." However, after 12 months, including 2 series for Broadside and 3 for 2020 Vision, Channel 4 abruptly ended the commission. So far as I know, this was not in response to poor audience ratings. Certainly the programmes were well received by television critics and the broader press. An article in The Telegraph at the end of Broadside's first series commented, "Originally, the idea of an all-female television team choosing their own priorities in current affairs and seeking out ordinary people rather than pundits to give their views produced waves of shock and ridicule. 8 programmes later, attitudes to Broadside range from amazement to grudging admiration." However, during the spring and summer of 1983, Channel 4 had hastily re-evaluated its commissioning and programming strategy, and it decided to limit its documentaries and increase its entertainment output in a drive for higher ratings. It was a review that Jeremy Isaacs has since publicly admitted might have gone too far and too quickly, and his current affairs experiment was one of the casualties. In assessing the demise of both Broadside and 2020 Vision, and subsequently another series, Watch the Women, Rosalind Coward commented 4 years later that they have all, in various ways, been allowed to fail and have been stored away in the channel's memory as interesting experiments. It seems extraordinary that any serious endeavour to set up a current affairs programme with an international brief would be given only 1 year to achieve the fundamental shift in point of view which Channel 4 claimed to be seeking. To advocate for the series and to set up the infrastructure to deliver its remit had taken Broadside 2 years alone. The channel's decision, notified 2 weeks after the end of the last series, was also taken in utter disregard of the impact on the team which had been brought together to deliver the programme. Retrospectively, this was indicative of the casualisation of the television workforce ushered in by Channel 4, and at the time it was the only channel relying solely on commissions from independent production companies, and the terms for fair working practices were still being negotiated between Channel 4, the union, ACTT, and the newly formed organisation to represent producers, IPA, the Independent Producers and Production Association. Several of the women with the skills needed to build a current affairs project had left long-term jobs at Granada, the BBC or Thames Television, and risked their financial security in order to take part in the idealism which was basically at the back of Broadside's ambitious project. However, in May 1983, at the start of the second series, there was still no indication of renewal for the current affairs programme, let alone any other future commission. Eleanor Stevens had warned staff early on that contracts will be essentially short-term and freelance. None should look to Broadside for security. But the reality of unemployment looming after the level of all-out commitment required built up distrusts between those working on the programmes and Broadside's company directors, the majority of whom were not directly involved in the production. Incredibly, the 2 weeks after 2 weeks where we got the information that the series was going to be cancelled, and then the channel was eventually forced to develop terms of trade with the ACTT with more reasonable procedures for terminating long-term series. But for Broadside, the insecurity precipitated the company into a dispute, ostensibly over alleged non-payment of cheques. An arbitration through the Broadcasting Disputes Advisory Service took place, and as a director of Broadside, I found myself representing the company on the wrong side of the table, facing colleagues I'd worked alongside to produce the series. And I found this at the time particularly perplexing and painful, as I'd been an active member of the ACTT's freelance shop, and I'd actually been sacked from my first job as an assistant editor in an advertising company for setting up a local shop. But I cite this basically because I think there was an enormous upheaval in working relationships and the terms to govern those new relationships which came in with Channel 4, which quite often don't get mentioned. This paper is just a preliminary mapping drawn from documents in my personal archive, and given the 40 years and the 2 generations which have come between, not least huge shifts in the context of the women's movement, it's a challenge to structure the methodology through which to assess the impact and legacy of this experiment. Were there a similar commission today, how would its objectives have been shifted? To what extent have the filters for national and regional news evolved and built in the alternative perspectives which these programmes made visible? Or were they simply an expression of the times? For example, following the beacon of Greenham Common and the women's peace movement, what alternatives to maintaining a balance of power through force of arms reach our screens today? To what extent have so-called personal or social issues been rescued from marginalisation? For instance, in relation to sexual assault, domestic abuse, poverty and exploitation of women. Whatever the answer, this is ultimately a question of women's rights and not women's issues. These are rights which need to be insisted on and expanded to include racial and ethnic intersectionalities. Broadside's series did include a programme, Resist and Survive, inviting a group of women from Manchester of Afro-Caribbean and Asian heritage to discuss their attitudes towards racism at work, in health and education. However, I think it's probably fair to say that the lens of colonialism and white supremacy that we are constantly accumulating, learning about with Black Lives Matter and before, was not present really throughout the editorial perspective in ways it might be expected to be today, which is a significant challenge to the current editorial teams, I would say, in television. There are also structural questions to look at. To what extent has the greater presence of women in news and current affairs teams affected the programming? If monitored, are women more proportionately represented today in how stories are investigated? And if so, to what extent do they appear as authoritative commentators rather than as witnesses and victims of events they don't control? Most problematically, to what extent can today's editorial priorities function independently with regard to women's rights, when political priorities continue to be determined by broadcasting institutions and behind them governments still largely led by men. Huge questions. However, I hope that by retrieving the history of this pioneering moment in British television and complementing it with interviews from practitioners then and now, going forward, I hope this research will offer some evaluation. Thanks. Can I also I just wanted to give a plug for a book about a rather important independent documentary director, Mark Carlin, which I helped to edit. But we've had a lot of copies left, and so we're selling them in the bookshop. It's called Mark Carlin Look Again at a very reduced price with a BFI. They're there. Thanks.
So where's this button that you make the, it's come up. And which is the button that you make it move on by?
That's not the right one, is it? I'm not sure. It should be this, shouldn't it? Next slide, hang on.
Oh,
Yeah, that one.
Right, okay, so how do we go back? Right, so it's
That's back.
yeah, it's not
And
right.
that's forward.
Right,
That's the way.
right, okay. Well, I feel a bit embarrassed in a way following the previous speaker, because Broadside was such an immense and important force at the time, and one of the sort of very big and high-profile, I feel it's more than an experiment, but I'll just use that word as she did it, that Channel 4 did. And I'm going to talk about something which is much more perhaps at what John was talking about in his first address, about the fact that television has to have a lot of things happening and going along all the time. And I'm going to describe personal experience producing a documentary series for the education department of Channel 4 in the early 80s, which was not anything like as high profile as this big series of programs that Holly's been talking about. So my account would be a simple factual one. As far as memory and surviving documents can mean one can talk about facts at all. My purpose is to contribute material for scholars who may be able to make more exciting use of it in the future. And in this context, I'd like to mention a project I'm involved in with Holly and a number of other people who were involved in this kind of movement for more democratic media at the time, to collect a number of such memoirs of the experience of working either with Channel 4 or with one of the effects of Channel 4 in that period was that the BBC particularly began to be a little bit more experimental and did commission, for instance, the BBC eventually commissioned Amber, one of the workshops that made drama films. And so, I mean, the idea is that people who were hoping for a change in television and had some opportunity, very large, like for Broadside and smaller for other people perhaps, that would be put up on the website and available to look at. And my view is that such material is valuable because, first of all, the channel was significantly different from other broadcasting institutions. And secondly, although its exceptional character attracted a great deal of journalistic and scholarly attention, there are significant gaps. So when I wrote this, I didn't think the first point was really in doubt, but with John's speech this morning suggesting that Channel 4 had continued to be this innovating force that it was at the beginning, I feel it might have to be justified a bit more, but I'm not going to do it now. I think, following something that Liz Forgan said, that the combination of its REMIT structure and an adventurous CEO resulted in a range and variety of output that was quite unprecedented. As for the second point, the nature of the record, the negotiations about the channel's character, the preparations for its birth, its mode of operation, once on air, have been pretty well documented, including by participants such as Jeremy Isaacs, Liz Forgan, Michael Darlow. As a view from the top, these accounts provide important insights into the role of the big power brokers like the government, the IBA and the major television companies. As far as they describe the channel's output, understandably they focus on particularly successful or innovative programmes or on those that provoke the most high-profile controversies. But a more complete picture would also draw more widely on the work and experience of the very many small producers and creative workers who responded to the brief for innovation and seized the opportunity to make material for broadcast. It's not exactly a view from below, because that would surely be the view of the audience, but let's say a view from the middle. And it's here that the record is rather patchy, and this collection of accounts like mine, I think, might help. So if anyone here is interested in this project, would like to contribute or has sort of comments on it, please come and see me afterwards or get in touch anyway. So the series I'm going to be talking about was Losing Track. It was on the history of public transport in Britain, produced jointly by myself and transport specialist Kerry Hamilton. Development was commissioned in August 1982 by Naomi Sargeant, the first commissioning editor for education. The working title was Trackback, and the rough proposal was for 8 programmes, but during development we asked for 2 more, which were agreed, and the series, now of 10 parts and called Losing Track, was finally commissioned for production in February 1984. Here's a fuzzy frame from the title shot taken from a VHS, which as far as I know is the only source that survives. That's partly why I haven't attempted to show clips, but it's also because it's difficult to give a sense of what was significant about the programmes without kind of seeing quite a lot of it. The programmes are, however, viewable, and if anyone wants to see them, again, contact me and I'll tell you how you can look at them. Again, in a fairly low kind of format. Transmission began in May 1985 on Wednesdays in the 8 p.m. slot, running parallel to soap operas. And this was one of the very important features of Channel 4 at this period, was a creative scheduling, where rather than trying to compete with very popular programmes, they thought, well, look, there must be significant number of viewers who don't want to watch a soap opera. Let's give them something quite different to watch. So how far were these programmes? How far did the series fulfil this promise of difference? And an answer to this needs to look at process as well as content. If we start with who the key decision makers were, that is, apart from Jeremy Isaacs and Naomi Sargeant, who had, of course, ultimate control, decisions were up to Kerry Hamilton and myself. We produced jointly. Kerry was in charge of research and writing. I was in charge of picture research and practicalities, although during the development we shared some of these tasks. Once in production, Kerry presented, I directed. Kerry is a social and economic historian with a special expertise in transport, and she was actively engaged in transport planning as a part-time member of the Board of London Transport. In 1984, she became chair of the Transport Technology Network of the Greater London Enterprise Board. As for me, I'd been working in film for around 15 years, mainly as a film editor, but I'd been edging into production and direction. 2 documentaries I'd directed, although not commissioned by TV, had been sold to TV. So between us, I'd say we had relevant experience for the job, but it was unusual for existing TV broadcasters to entrust a whole series to producers without a track record specifically in TV. Being a woman also made us a bit unusual, as you will, having followed what has been said before, as women were not very well represented in the broadcasting media. And indeed, as Holly's pointed out, the expectations of Channel 4, one of them was that they would promote women and also ethnic minorities that had been had little place in broadcasting previously. And I think Kerry and I were a bit extra unusual in that transport tends to be classified as a man's subject, and this was an error that we were particularly keen to correct. So we were certainly not average TV producers, but being white, university educated, and in my case at least middle class in origin, we were not from wildly outside the social pool from which TV producers tend to be drawn. Looking at the production method that we ended up with, it was a little more artisanal than normal TV in that Kerry and I between us took on the roles of producer, director, researcher, writer and presenter. And we also used fairly small technical crews, sticking as far as possible to the same people and involving them somewhat, as Holly said, in the sort of ideas around the programmes. But otherwise it was conventional insofar as our base was a limited company and we worked under the standard union agreement. The union then was ACTT and since became BEC2, and we observed conventional crew roles. When I say the arrangement we ended up with, because initially I had pursued the possibility of working with Four Corners, one of the franchise workshops, rather than forming a company. Now, the background to this is that though I'd mainly been earning my living in the standard film TV industry, I was critical of it. I was a founding member of the Independent Filmmakers Association and had friends in some of the film groups, proto-workshops formed at the end of the 1960s. I'd been involved in the IFA campaign around the new channel and supported the principles behind the workshop movement. Now, in case anyone here doesn't sort of know, this was an idea for creating a system which would do rather the opposite of what John described, the multinational creation of. It was a method of bringing production into more local and more democratic arrangements, where and the workshops followed the sort of cooperative practices that Holly talked about, and they managed to do an agreement with Channel 4, which was mainly operated only by the film and video department, the most innovative department in the channel, but was available for use in other areas potentially, which was that instead of working to the standard ACTT agreement, which required this division of labour, they had a different agreement, which meant that they received a certain amount of money simply as a workshop and doing a lot of local screenings and training and non-television work. But they also made a series of programmes, and in that context, all the members of the workshop could earn a lot less, but they had security and long-term. So it was a way of enabling more cooperative working, and it was a way of trading a degree of security and development against the sort of higher levels of pay that the union rightly insisted on, given the difficulty of being freelance and precarious. The background to the attempt to work with Four Corners was that I was very favourable to this system. And I'd been interested in helping to form or becoming part of a workshop, but for various reasons it hadn't happened. But I had recently been working at Four Corners, editing a film for one of its members, Ron Peck. I liked the group, and when I got an Arts Council commission for a documentary, I asked Four Corners to act as the producing entity. I thought of also doing the transport series in the same way, but there were problems. Channel 4's legal department was doubtful because it would involve mixing the workshop agreement and the standard agreement. Kerry was, in any case, not keen on the plan, and there'd been snags with the handling of the Arts Council film, so we dropped the idea and formed an ordinary company. Just to add a bit here, it may seem, in terms of this question of whether or not to go with a workshop or whether to form a company, at that time, many of us thought that this kind of workshop arrangement was going to be the future of production. And that may seem very odd, but one has to remember that just before the 1979 election, Simon Hartog, a strong proponent of radical change in the media, although, or perhaps, of course, because he actually had had a sought-after job in the BBC, had persuaded the relevant Labour Minister, Michael Meacher, to take seriously a plan for restructuring the film industry around a network of regional centres, rather like the growing network of workshops. Of course, whether anything would have come of this, we can't know, since Labour's defeat in the election put a stop to it. So going back to us, while it's possible that the specific problems could have been solved, they're an example of the kind of small pressures that militated against any structural change. And also, it suggests perhaps the conditions for accepting the workshop model came with a degree of ghettoisation, which even then did not bode well. Although we parted from Four Corners for production, we did the development in association with them, and true to the workshop notion of integrated practice, we included in the process a series of public screenings, followed by discussion. These were intended to stimulate interest in the series and expose us to other people's experience and ideas. In the early days, Channel 4 had shown some interest in this kind of community research. In the case of the International Broadcasting Trust's first application, the Trust's network groups had apparently helped to sway things in their favour. We imagined that Naomi, with her Open University background, would appreciate the concept. In our case, I don't know whether our plan for screenings was initially viewed by Naomi as a plus or not, but as things developed, it became clear she wasn't really interested in it, and only allowed us to include a tiny part of their costs in our budget. The screenings were hard work, as such live events are, and also, as tends to be the case, it wasn't easy to assess what they achieved. The experience did not change my mind about the potential value of linking local live events with TV production, but it made me realise the extent to which Channel 4 was not set up to encourage it. So although we'd initially planned things differently, the production process of our series ended up being fairly conventional. But what about the outcome, the programmes themselves? As we promised in our pitch to Naomi, our series was a history of transport policy rather than transport engineering, concerned more with people than with machines. Our starting point was that people need to travel, and also that they like to travel, and that travel options affect multiple aspects of life, family relations, where people live, where they work, and a whole lot of things. We looked at land use and planning and showed how developments were conditioned by politics as well as by technological know-how. We were careful to consider how people experience new forms of transport differently depending on their circumstances. We tried to include the perspectives of the less well-off, of women, of children, and the elderly, rather than prioritising the needs of business and the top earners, which tended to be what the planners did. And this led necessarily to questioning the relentless promotion of the private car, although we did avoid a crude anti-car stance, which we knew might kind of alienate the audience. In all these respects, our approach was, I would argue, a significant departure from the way television had tended to cover the subject. In television of the time, the news might carry an occasional item about an accident or disruption, A travelogue might feature an exotic means of travel, while the rare documentary would most likely focus on technology, whether a nostalgic view of the steam age, a hagiographic portrait of a great engineer, or an exposition of some new hardware. If people were mentioned in such programs as having travel needs, people were usually assumed to be men. And if people travelling were shown, they tend to be examples from a well-heeled minority, the occupants of first-class carriages, the owners of smart new cars. I'm, of course, talking about television of that time, but I'm not sure that the situation now is so very different. And certainly now as then, positive images of cars command a disproportionate amount of screen time because of their use in advertisements. The form of the series has less claim to difference than its content, as it was, like most British TV documentary, presenter-led. It was scripted and allowed and followed a fairly straightforward chronological narrative. At this point, I'm going to refer only to my own views, since I now can't recall exactly what Kerry thought. I was then, and to some extent still am, generally critical of presenter-led documentary, the British style, as I'd heard it called in France then. But as far as I remember, I was not under any duress to adopt it, and did so because I thought it was the best solution in this context. I knew some of the ideas being expressed would be unfamiliar, even challenging, and I thought they were most likely to be accepted if presented in a reasonably familiar way. I thought having Kerry talking from her own research would sound a bit different, but not too different, from a professional presenter. And I hoped she'd be able to convey her own personal interest and enthusiasms in a way that would militate against the prejudice that transport is boring. Even so, commentary and direct address to the camera was fairly minimal, and Kerry encouraged participants to tell as much of the story as possible. Otherwise, divergences from stylistic norms were minor, like including quite long passages without commentary and allowing some sequences of archive film to run with only music. Music, most of which was composed for the series by Ron Geesin, was an important element. Considering all these aspects of production and content, our production certainly did not represent a dramatic break from television norms, but it was different in ways which I would argue were significant. To move on to the experience of production, as far as I remember, relations with the channel before and during the process were fairly trouble-free. There was little editorial supervision at the production stage, and the cost control, although strict, seemed reasonable. In fact, my experience of the finance department at that time was it was well geared to small companies like ours, insofar as it provided informed suggestions and advice about the original budget and the cash flow. And once we got going, the requirements for matching actual to predicted expenditure were not impossibly rigid, unlike a subsequent thing I did for the EU, in which that if you put a penny in one category that had been in another, they would complain. So we shot and edited on 16mm, as tape had not yet completely taken over, and this has some relevance to what follows in the story. Because after the editing is finished with 16mm, and there is a lot of expensive lab work to be done, and once that lab work is done, it becomes difficult and expensive to make even minor alterations. For us working on film, arrangements for vetting the product were that each programme was viewed in the cutting room when we, the producers, were satisfied with the final edit, but before the expensive lab work was embarked on. I can't remember now if Naomi vetted any of the programmes herself, but most were signed off by her assistant, a man whose name, unfortunately, I've been unable to trace. These viewings were a little nerve-wracking, but for most of the series, all went well. Naomi's assistant liked what he saw, passed some with no changes, and for some made minor and usually helpful suggestions around points of clarity, for instance. So most of the series had been passed, The vetted programmes had gone through those final expensive processes, and everything seemed set for an unproblematic completion. Then the bomb hit. What happened was that Naomi's assistant, the man, left and was replaced by a woman whose name I've also been unable to trace, but who, having looked at some of the completed programmes, went to Naomi and told her they were completely untransmittable. Her complaints were to do with perceived political bias and, I think, also production values, factors which I've noted are often linked. Critics who decry a media product for its politics or morals will often also imply that it's badly made. On the one hand, dangerous, on the other, unwatchable. That pattern, for instance, was clearly present in the initial press onslaught on 4, which was provoked by issues of politics and decency, but was expressed under headings like Channel Bore, Channel Snore, the channel that nobody watches. I don't know or can't remember whether at that stage Naomi watched the programmes herself, but we were summoned to a meeting with her and told that we must make changes or the series would be pulled from the schedule. We went with the intention of resisting and started listening to the objections one by one. Sadly, I do not have a record of the meeting and can't remember all the points, but to generalise, in programmes 1 and 2 dealing with the 1830s to 1945, objections seemed focused on elements that failed to fit a simple narrative of glorious progress. That mentioned, for instance, that to begin with, the cost of rail travel was beyond most people, that pay and conditions in the industry were at times poor, or that the pattern of lightly regulated competing companies was inefficient and partly responsible for the high rate of accidents. The one objection I do clearly remember was to a section about how the first company to introduce commuter trains for workers faced opposition from passengers who did not want to mix with a lower class of passenger. In my innocence, I found these objections quite shocking, because they related to matters which were hardly speculative, which most serious historians would recognise as accurate, and furthermore, they'd been signalled in our proposal based on detailed scripts we'd been required to prepare during development. The scripts had not included verbatim commentary, but they did contain summaries of what each section of commentary or interview would cover, or be expected to cover, and most of the elements now being objected to were already present. Fortunately, Kerry is a meticulous researcher, and she was able to show how each contested point was well documented and relevant. She brought the letters written, the point about the company and the complaints about their posh passengers possibly having to mix in the station with workers. She'd brought copies of the letters. We were also fortunate in that Naomi, with her background in higher education, was susceptible to arguments about historical evidence, and eventually she withdrew the objections to the first 3 programmes. With the 4th, modernisation, about the 50s, we reached a sticking point over a line in Kerry's introduction which read, "With the election of a Conservative government, progress towards equality was halted." In vain, we cited statistics which showed economic equality increasing up to that time and then declining. In vain, I argued that the statement was simply one of fact, citing a recent newspaper article, I think it was in the Sunday Times, which argued that equality was a bad thing as it discouraged striving. In the light of that view, I suggested, viewers would interpret our purely factual comment as praise rather than blame for the Conservative Party. By this time, hours after Naomi had probably expected to move on, we were all wilting, and it was somehow suggested that agreeing to drop this bit of commentary would end the matter. So we agreed, went away, reshot that introduction, substituting for the offending words the alternative, "The election of a Conservative government brought about a change of direction." Transmission went ahead as planned, and the reception of the programmes clearly suggested to me that Naomi had overreacted to her assistant's intervention. Most press mentions were brief and descriptive. Of the few proper reviews, none, as far as I know, slated the programme. The TES was very positive, summarised the content well and ended by saying, "The charm of railways and later trams, buses and traffic jams is all there. So is the wider perspective. Together they promise a series which is attractive and at the same time provocative." Just what we hoped it would be. The Telegraph was a bit negative, but mainly complained we covered too much in too little time, which was inevitably true. This was television. It wasn't volumes of history. A mixed Sunday Times review complained that too many pictures of trains distracted from substance, but summarised the main drift well and quoted approvingly from a bit of commentary. Even the motor trade press was reasonably kind. Responding to a preview, Alan Miller of Commercial Motor wrote, "The series offers a blend of archive and location filming and provocative commentary which should interest even those who disagree with some of the content." Audience response was mixed, but certainly not bad. Taking a rough count of viewers' letters, if I exclude those from friends, relatives, and people who'd been involved, but we'd sought information from for the programme, which were all predictably positive, we received 12 positive, 6 negative, and 11 that didn't make a judgment, but asked a question, made a suggestion, or related an anecdote. Of people who phoned in, 3 complained about content, 3 complained about presentation, 1 praised the series but grumbled that Programme 9 was party political, and 1 raved about the series and asked for more. As I said at the beginning, I'm not going to offer a significant conclusion, but will make a few speculative comments. The sudden anxiety about our series, I think, was not directly related to particular public attacks on Channel 4. The main press onslaught had occurred in the first months of broadcasting and has eased off by 1984. But Jeremy Isaacs makes it clear in his book Storm Over 4 that there was constant pressure from the IBA. And one of the disputed cases, that of the MI5 official secrets about the Cathy Massiter case, she leaked. There was a feature film recently about the case, but this was an interview at the time. So the arguments about that were simmering in the early 1985, which coincides with the time we were asked to make changes. But a different factor mentioned by Isaacs, and one that might be relevant, is that there had been opposition to Naomi's appointment from the Channel 4 board because she was regarded as a socialist and was a Labour member of Haringey Council. Our problem only started with the appointment of her new assistant, and it is possible that there had been pressure to balance Naomi by appointing a known Conservative. I was told at the time that the new assistant had previously worked at Conservative Central Office. As I haven't been able to trace her details, I can't say with any confidence that this was the case, but I think the nature of her objections were consistent with a strong Conservative bias. What is perhaps more interesting in the context of the present and its so-called culture wars is to focus on the nature of the objections, which made it seem reasonable to consider pulling from the schedule a nearly completed series categorised as educational, on a topic hardly thought of as prone to sensation, therefore unlikely to draw the attention of Channel 4's main enemies. A series which had rung no alarm bells on legal grounds, included no comment that would not be endorsed by some well-qualified historians or transport experts, and which, when aired, enjoyed a reasonably positive reception by press and public. So why was losing track perceived as so problematic? Leave it to other people to answer.
Very good, thank you, Margaret and Holly. Do you want to come and join us over here? Do you want to take that one? And Holly,
Where's Holly going?
You take that one. Holly can go on the end.
Right.
Thank you. 2 really, really interesting, granular, detailed witness statements from that time. I love the idea that one judged the audience response from 12 letters, but it was completely the case. I remember that one was thrilled if you got letters. Several of them used to be written in purple ink on green paper, and they weren't usually the ones that you took too seriously. But it was pre-email, pre-social media, one of the very few ways in which one was able to judge how a programme was received. I'm going to take 20 minutes or so for some questions, including potentially some questions from online. Let me ask a couple of questions first of all. You didn't say how much the programmes cost. What was the budget? Can you remember, Margaret?
I think they were 30 grand a programme. I think
30,
300. The whole thing was 300 grand.
Which was pretty standard for a half-hour educational programme at the time.
Yes, it wasn't specially cheap. But we did use an awful lot of library material, and a lot of the budget went on that.
And Holly, were you able to do any kind of audience analysis? I mean, was the sort of sophisticated analytics now that break down a programme's audience in terms of gender and age and other factors weren't available then? But I wondered if, given the makeup of the production team, the kind of address that you were seeking, whether you were able to determine whether the audience was gendered in a different way from conventional television programmes.
I doubt whether that will be possible, actually. But from brief conversations I've had so far with people, it's going to be quite difficult, I think, to get that kind of granular analysis of the audience. And certainly at this stage of the research, I haven't gone there yet. But I think it'll be an important question, actually, whether statistics even considered a gender breakdown. Because I recently did fairly recently, a large research project into, it was called Where Are All the Women Directors, which was a sort of trans-European, 7 countries in Europe, looking at the presence of women as directors in the industry and why there aren't more of them. And I was astonished, actually, even at the BFI, that we had to construct the figures according to gender. And that was only 4 years ago. And then there were other countries like Italy, Austria, that hadn't even begun doing it. Even Germany, actually. Which was quite astonishing. So I think it'd be very unlikely that there'd be that sort of breakdown, but certainly it'll be a question I'll ask.
Very good. Questions. I think we have a microphone. Do we have a microphone? Is that or not? You may have to shout. Oh no, we do have a microphone. The lady in the middle, please, first of all. Could you? Are you able to speak up a little
Yes.
more?
I'm Pippa Jones, and at the time, the year that Channel 4 was created, I joined the BFI as Head of Personnel and Administration, which brings me on to my question for you, please, Holly. You talked a lot about women behind the camera. What about the representation of older women in front of the camera, please? And I don't think we need to restrict this to Channel 4.
All I can really say is that I think that's a very interesting observation. And certainly I took part in a BFI panel some time ago, probably about 6 years ago or something, which was precisely about age and women and representation in film. From viewing, and I haven't actually viewed all 16 of the series, but from the ones that I viewed, I'd say a lot of middle-aged women, very few pensioners, if I can put it that way, of that sort of age. which probably was a kind of limitation in the perspective, although it might have been to do with the selection, I suppose, of the best people to comment on the issue. Sorry, that's not very satisfactory for you.
Yes, gentleman at the end.
Thanks very much. Hello. Yep. Sebastian Cody. First, just a follow-up to something you said, John. I can't speak for 1982, 1983, but I know 5 years later, 1987, Channel 4 tried in relation to market research to compensate for the lack of information by occasionally commissioning individual pieces of research on individual strands or programs. And those were certainly broken down by gender, because I saw some of them. Thank you, both of you, for what has ended up, perhaps by clever planning by John Ellis, or perhaps by serendipity, to be a marvellous pair of bookends. And a really fascinating amount of detail, as John said. The bit that most interests me, which I'd invite the two of you to comment on, is in relation to the commissioning process and how it reflects on the Jeremy Isaacs commitment at the beginning to employ people variously categorized as having no television experience, knowing nothing about television, and so on. Liz Vaughan, as you said, coming from The Guardian, print journalism, Naomi coming from the Open University, but in a very different way from television, Open University. And their behavior as commissioners. You said, Holly, I think you didn't mean this. You said right at the very beginning, when I came in, that in 1981, Liz was then director of programs. Well, I'm sure you didn't mean that. She wasn't director of programs until 1988, just for the benefit of historians and the public record, and not all of us were around at the time. The subsequent career of Liz Vaughan is going to be a fascinating study when finally somebody writes it all down. But to turn this incoherent long sentence into a question, I'd be most grateful to hear both of you speak about these non-professionals and the way that they helped you and perhaps didn't help you. There was one example in relation to Naomi's, my experience at the time was that the problem with Naomi was not that she was socialist, but that she was chaotic. Moving from one assistant to another, which may have had nothing to do with her, and you suggest possibly that somebody was put on her. These things are very relevant, and I'd love to invite
Can I focus the question then, please? Margaret, talk about how the process unfolded with Naomi.
I can't entirely remember, but what I can say is that we thought, generally in my experience, one could often work out why one got a commission. You could never work out why you didn't get one. I mean, there are so many reasons for not getting a commission. And part of the reason that we got this commission was that she asked a mate for advice, who said that Kerry Hamilton was a very good thing on transport. Because, of course, Kerry, being on the board of London Transport and things, and being something of an odd one out, she was quite sort of well known in that area. So that was a key element in getting the commission, I think, in the first place. I think it was generally, I noticed an enormous difference, because although I never got such a good commission again, I did go on getting the odd crumb and struggling. And I noticed a huge difference when all the first generation of commissioners were changed for television people. I mean, in that they were much less open to different, I mean, this is partly, of course, that by then there was a whole sort of change in the channel, of which the change in the commissioners was part. So I can't say that it was entirely linked to the fact that these people weren't from television. But I think it definitely helped that they, television people, with some exceptions, of course, did have a very rigid idea, like the very fact that we didn't plaster commentary over everything would have annoyed quite a lot of professional television commissioners of programmes or executive producers, as they might be called. And certainly the fact that she was, she was committed to sort of a degree of academic integrity. So when she saw that there was strong academic backing for things that we said that certain people might not like hearing, she was prepared to sort of stand up for it and say, well, we have to broadcast that. It's not as if it's sloppy research. So I think that it was very important that she came from outside. And I think, I'm trying to remember the other people I dealt with at that stage. But yes, generally I think it was an important thing.
And you didn't deal very directly with Liz or with the commissioning structure. Is that what you were suggesting? Did you have a sense of how that operated and whether Liz's background and her lack of television experience was significant in the commissioning and the unfolding of the series?
Yes, I think at the outset it felt like a dialogue, actually, which was ourselves trying to meet the initiative by the channel to do it differently. And in that sense, we were writing, and I will look back, I think there are certain papers where we were writing drafts of potential programmes, what the key structures might look like, whether we would have, for instance, presenter-led bulletins at the top, followed by two 20-minute sections, which was something which was discussed at the time. So both in terms of the form and the rationale for why this would be an interesting endeavour. We had to put forward those arguments. And as far as I know, I was only in on some of those meetings, but it was very direct with Jeremy Isaacs to start with, and Liz Vaughan. I think he was relying on Liz Vaughan as his expert, if you like. And she was very amenable and very useful. It was a question of, it did feel, from what I recall, that it was a discussion really about creative equals trying to come up with what would be the strongest delivery of the remit for the brief. As an experience sort of working in Broadside, once they did decide that there was a definite unease about working with a collective and about the extent to which feminist professionals should be kept sort of somehow in control so that there was an accountability. And that was quite a battle that we had because we weren't wanting to operate in that way. And it was finally, I think, Liz Vaughan who steered that through, to my recollection. I think we did definitely have a debate with Jeremy Isaacs because it was him pressurising about the beginning of the series. And that did involve us having to unpick. It was quite useful in a sense because from the outset we then could try and unpick exactly why, although it had definite qualities as mainstream current affairs, the Marlinger bomb tests were not in our offering the tone that we wanted to set for where we were going. So, I mean, I think apart from the summary judgment at the end, we got feedback, as far as I remember, after most of the programmes went through during the series, But it was quite a fruitful relationship, if you like, quite an open relationship. And it was just at this end point. And what was interesting at that time is that I don't think Channel 4, I certainly don't think Jeremy Isaacs even, had prefigured sort of quite how radical this sort of new restructuring of independent companies with just one-off commissions was going to be, because there weren't very many places then to sell your work. And like a lot of the people who were in Broadside who worked on the series had come out of, television companies that had very, very secure terms and conditions. And so it was all in the back corridors. There was a terrible feeling of Channel 4 being on the back foot, not quite in control, concerned about how it was going to, on the one hand, streamline its production and keep meeting its remit, and on the other hand, having quite a lot of disgruntled sort of people who hadn't found themselves in the structures that the channel had precipitated us into.
So let me try and get one or two more brief questions in, if we could, Sylvia, and then we'll see if there's anything from online. So can we have the mic down the front?
I just want to say thanks very much indeed to both speakers, because I think what you've both talked about is not really available in print anywhere. And the sooner some of that stuff gets into print, the better, really, in my opinion. But thank you so much. We did manage, I think Screen published a piece quite a long time ago about platform films and the film called Cause of Ireland. And we managed to get a list of I think it was 5 or 6 cuts that were made. The cuts that were made in that film were not made as a result of commissioning editor interference, but as a result of the regulator, I think. But the question I was going to ask Holly, if I may, although I'd really like to ask both of you questions, but to Holly, can you just say a bit more about the pressure that came down on broadcast, and if possible, if you know where it came from. Isaacs in his book talks about the Friday Alternative being taken off air, and he does actually mention specifically the concerns expressed, well, anger really, by the chair of the board, Edmund Dell. But in the case of what you're talking about, if it's possible, if you know a bit more, it'd be very good to know what you know about what happened.
Yes, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you, because I'm after this preliminary research, I'm going to go through and do interviews with as many of the people who were involved, both at Channel 4, in Broadside, and then Current Affairs Women Now. So I don't really have an insight into that. I mean, it was quite perplexing, if you like, and I think the main sense was that we had no voice. I think that's fair to say. It was a summary execution, because we were constantly trying to press for, I remember right from the beginning of the second series, for more information about where the channel was going to jump. So we produced that whole second series with a fair amount of uncertainty. And then because of the nature of current affairs, and you're supposed to be responding to things which are sort of contemporary, that created its own need to know. But like I say, we didn't finally get an answer out of them. So this is one of the points of inquiry that I'm really keen to find out a bit more about. Why did they decide to just make it 1 year? And it's very extraordinary, really.
Thank you. Is there anything on the from the virtual world? No, that's fair enough. Probably nobody is watching us whatsoever. Maybe one more question from the house, if there is one. And if not, I think we've benefited. I think we've benefited hugely from your really rich, detailed. Yeah, but there aren't any more, Paul. Okay, all right. I had.
Could I just add, actually, I mean, just listening to the detail of your presentation, Margaret, which I really appreciated. I mean, it was a privileged moment, but it was also an exemplary moment in the sense that it was a grassroots moment, and that's what's wonderful about the early phase, and to some extent now with Channel 4, in the sense that it was a sort of discussion, and there was an open discussion about form and about how people were involved, structure of companies, etc., etc. But it was also local, and in a lot of the politics that I'm involved, cultural politics at the moment, the fight now really is to keep the structures of cultural policy so that we enable local and inclusive participation in making the films and making the material that becomes our public memory. And in that sense, I think that side of the debate is often really absent, both with the BBC and in the debates around the survival of Channel 4, because I think one might, where public service broadcasting is a bit problematic, perhaps, in terms of all its legacies, we're still talking about enabling the most pluralistic group of creators to come into the industry. And as soon as you start looking at the sectors that are, or the people who are not represented well, whether it's ethnic, disability, or even majorities like women, it comes down to issues about class and the structures of the organizations that we have, and the necessity for creating porous structures that encourage participation. And, my worry about handing it over into a great global media universe, which is the proposition of Ofcom and DCMS and the strategy of this particular government, where it's just media, is that the structures and the institutions that can best deliver that in an accountable way need to have some grounding in public policy. And it's kind of significant that the last big statement about broadcasting didn't even have what the aims were of broadcasting in this country, let alone anything else. And so coming back to Channel 4, I mean, it was a privilege to be part of a moment in broadcasting where, it was flexible enough to allow dialogue.
I'd like to add something to that, because also in relation to what John Ellis said earlier, because something which I think is very striking in what has happened in the last 30, 40 years is the enormous movement of energy onto various types of producers and away from the people who actually do the work on the programme. It's quite noticeable if you look at the relatively few sort of independent documentaries that get through, whereas at this time, some of the documentaries shown on Channel 4, particularly ones in the workshop, would have been made basically by 6 people, and the credits would read, a number of people who helped and contributed, and kind of 6 technical people. And if you look now at the relatively few documentaries, you hardly ever see a documentary that doesn't have a list of production staff that goes on, several screens of different types of producers. And this is encouraged by, it's not just these very big companies with their subsidiaries, but it's also the demand for co-production, because a very key thing at this period we're talking about is that you got 100% budget from Channel 4, and you also at that time could get 100% budget from the Arts Council and the BFI for independent productions. But the effort of I subsequently did a co-production for Channel 4, and it became the way. And it also meant that of the energy that goes into deciding discussing what you're going to show people, whereas only a tiny bit went into managing to get the money previously. Most of it went into what you want to show. Now an enormous amount of time and energy goes into trying to get this co-production partner and that co-production partner, and then each co-producer has a battery of producers, and it's a very sort of battering down kind of process. It creates this all programs look and feel alike sort of feeling, because it's, you know, if you've got sort of 30 people on top all making their little comment, and they all tend to be, you know, they're more worried about something Jeremy in his book says about Edmund Delt. The problem with him was that he didn't really enjoy what Channel 4 was about. He was always full of worries about it. And it's the same thing with the sort of battery of 30 producers. They tend to be all, so they knock all the little corners off, the little ways in which a programme is different from another one, or is a bit, or is provocative in a way that's not fashionable to be provocative, get removed. And I think that's an important consideration in the, and what Holly's saying about needing to get back to local, to a production where sort of people on the ground close to the subject are being able to contribute and not being pushed around by this battery of production of producers.
John, and then behind you.
Thank you. Holly, it was an extraordinary moment, Broadside, and 2020 Vision. Now, you talked about Broadside having its contract taken away, and it was, I guess, probably caught up in the same maelstrom as Friday Alternative that somebody's talking about later on. But what happened to the other people, the people whose programs were alternating with yours? Did they continue, or were they terminated as well?
They were eventually terminated in the sense that the series went, but all of us, we did carry on to some extent. 2020 Vision much more agilely in a sense in terms of moving into just single one-off documentaries, and we did a couple, but not really, if you like, because we had become by that time, I think, focused on doing the current affairs series, and then didn't have the rationale really to work within that sort of framework of 12 of us and then the team that had come together for anything else. I mean, I personally went off and started working with doing my own films and then doing Bandung, and everybody else, I think, went off back into their own independent agendas.
Hi, you were talking earlier about work precarity and how that seemed to change over time from the early days. Can you go into that a little bit more? How the structure changed over time, and how that affected? You were mostly talking about the creative aspect, the output, but also how it affected worker well-being, especially for women, and how that's changed over time and how it looks today, and also the effect of globalization that might have on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big question. I mean, I found it quite interesting actually to start recalling what the parameters were at the time. For a start, you couldn't get into the industry without a union card, and that was always a terrible catch-22. And I don't know how people managed it. I can't even remember how I managed it, but somehow you managed to get a job without a union card and then persuade it, reverse engineer it so you got in. So the strength of the union was sort of quite paramount then. And particularly because the structures that the union was organising in were limited and had a whole tradition of relationship between the shops on the floor and the management at the time, and the television companies were large. I think then the actual working practices, I mean, you weren't, to my recollection, you couldn't work longer than certainly a 10-hour day without going into overtime. You had to have a lunch break. I think this is during shooting.
Between 12 and 2.
Yeah, between a certain period of hours, and it had to be after 4 hours, I think I'm right in saying. Weekends, definitely double time. I mean, the control and the recognition thereby of health and well-being, which I think is coming up now, actually, with the very high incidence of stress and overload, both in the film and the music industry. I mean, the music industry, I think, is also really strong. I was speaking to somebody at Universal recently who manages that side of things, and they're beefing up their departments on well-being, because people are working on these zero-hour contracts where you just fit in wherever it best suits the client. So it's very difficult to go back to imagine that. But burnout in the way that we know it now, I don't think happened nearly, I mean, I don't have the statistics, but I think it was much, much more controlled. And, you know, anyone who knows more about it sort of chip in, because it's not my specialism. But I would say also that again, you sort of talk about sort of globalization. I think it would translate today, if you like, in the absolutely key and urgent issue of freelance rights and the recognition of frameworks, normative frameworks, really, to recognise the status of the artist. And it's quite extraordinary that we're having to do this in our country, because actually the size of our creative industries, including, you know, antiques, including software programs, games, etc., is bigger than the financial sector, but you'd never know it. And it also employs far more people, and the rate of employment is far faster. And yet we have successive governments that don't seem to recognise how to nurture the needs of that sector. And I think we've seen in the pandemic that it's been quite disastrous. And now with the, you know, whole discussion of venues, let alone people's own individual contracts, it's also going to have a huge impact.
I'd like to just add something to that, because I came in through the film industry rather than television. That was always precarious, so I never had the luxury of a permanent job. But I think this thing about the union, it was very important. It wasn't that difficult to get in, but there was a certain difficulty. I got in through it. You could get in by working in a factory film unit, or working in the labs, or working in certain areas of educational film, and then you had an open ticket. There was a period of 2 years when you were restricted a little bit on your ticket. But the thing is that it did mean that it was very important. The precarity was nothing like today's precarity, because I would like to sort of stress the way that Holly was saying that there were these restrictions. But, I mean, two things about it. First of all, they were quite sort of wide. Like, one thing that was very good for women, I found, in the working on 35mm, these very heavy cans, there was a restriction on how many cans we were allowed to carry. So people couldn't say, we're not going to employ a woman because she won't be able to carry enough cans. And obviously, men get equally bad skeletal problems from carrying weight, but they can carry more. So you can, if you can force them to do it, then they're more useful in certain contexts than a woman. So the degree to which the union had power in the situation was very, very important in modifying the precarity. But it did have its limits, because the thing that first put me into sort of writing politically about film was an incident where I was working on a programme, and just for one of the finance people, they suddenly wanted us to lay up all the tracks. It would have meant working a series of days without a 10-hour break, so we'd be on double time. And the person I was working with sort of, well, said very smugly, oh, I'll just remind the office that we'll be on double time, then it won't happen. But it was an American company, and the difference in the pound and the dollar at the time. So this is something about the kind of effects probably in other countries with poor currencies, a sort of colonial effect. They just said, oh, we don't care, we can pay for it, you just do the work. So we did have an experience of what a lot of people experience now, of working for a series of days with ludicrously short breaks.
Paul and then Mandy. Paul, wait for the mic.
I mean, one of the odd things about Channel 4 is that it could commission a series like Union World, which was a programme about union affairs, a weekly magazine programme, if my memory serves right. But at the same time, it inevitably led to that precarity that you were talking about, so that, you know, until Channel 4, as John said earlier, the duopoly, people were on staff contracts. They were on, sometimes, jobs for life. Channel 4 kind of ended that instantly, so that people were on contracts for the length of a production of whatever the show was. And now my students get jobs as a day runner for one day, my graduates. That's their contract. So precarity sort of hit the television industry in 1982, and it seems to me to have been getting more and more severe ever since.
Can you pass it forward to Mandy?
Thanks. Yeah, just following up on that, I was series producer of Out on Tuesday, a Channel 4 program that received its commission in 1988 and transmitted 8 programs, 8 50-minute programs in 89 and 10 in 90 to surprising critical and even viewing figure success. Interestingly, we had almost no professional broadcasters among our staff because we were looking for lesbians and gays who brought us good program ideas, and they showed us in their interviews for their jobs, their ability to make them by thinking up things, and then we supplemented this with some professional editors and camera operators. What happened? Well, the first thing to note is by 1988, no one had a union card. It was never a consideration of whether we were going to employ these people on the basis of their union status. I had an NUJ card as series editor and retained that throughout the program. Union activity of any kind, it wasn't that it was discouraged, it simply did not exist, right? There wasn't a massive exploitation because the people those of us who'd got the commission had already decided that we would pay researchers £500 a week, which was a lot in those days, because we knew we would use them for very short periods of time to make the particular items we'd employed them to do. Well, what happened with this is an interesting question. Many of those people went back into the activism from which we'd drawn them in the first place. I became an academic, probably a better role for me than a series editor. The most creative member of our staff, Claire Bevan, eventually went to the BBC and finished her whole career in the BBC. And the kind of transitional nature of this seemed to be both very important politically. It was really the program that put queer issues on the map in Channel 4, and I think more broadly in British broadcasting, actually. It couldn't have been done in the conventional professional manner, but it also was by nature precarious.
Thank you. I am going to wrap it up there. I'm going to thank all of you for a really rich and interesting discussion, but particularly Holly and Margaret for, as I say, sharing in a very honest and open and detailed way their remarkable experiences nearly 40 years ago. Thank you very much.
To this session on Film on 4. My name's Justin Smith. I'm Professor of Cinema and Television History at De Montfort University, and some years ago I led a project on Channel 4 and British film culture. So I'm very privileged to be chairing this panel of speakers looking at different aspects of Film 4, Film on 4 over the years. Welcome to all of you here in NFT3, and welcome to those of you coming in online. We have 3 speakers on this panel. Our first speaker, Tom May from Northumbria University, has recorded a presentation which will be running offline. And then I'll be introducing our 2 other speakers, Hannah Andrews from the University of Lincoln and Joseph Oldham from the British University in Egypt, to complete the panel. And then after their presentations, there'll be plenty of opportunity for questions, both from the audience here in NFT3 and from those of you who are joining us online. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Tom May for his paper. Thank you.
I am Tom May of Northumbria University. My talk is entitled "Television is Paying for British Film." This is quoted from a Guardian article by Joanna Coles from May 1993 and symbolises how the relationship between TV and film became more fractious over time. I aim to provide a statistical history and analysis of Film on 4 on Channel 4, building on John Pym's key 1991 work, with my hypothesis being that scheduling was crucial. Equally important was who was in charge of Channel 4's film production. Here I draw extensively from Laura Main and Justin Smith's insightful interviews. In January 1981, Channel 4's founding chief executive, Jeremy Isaacs, appointed David Rose, known for his exceptional film-led work for the BBC's Play for Today, as Commissioner of Fiction. From 1982 to 91, Channel 4 supplied an average of 40.6% of the total budgets of films it ended up screening as Film on 4. Some were 100% funded, like what John Hill has called the archetypal Film on 4, My Beautiful Laundrette, which was crucially facilitated by Karen Bambra. Now, a lesser-known example showing Rose's desire for specificity of place and time is Accounts from 1983, a 89% Channel 4 funded, complex, intense film drama by Michael Wilcox of a Northumbrian family transplanted to the Scottish borders. Now, Rose's successor in 1990, David Orkin, was given increased funds by Isaac's successor, Michael Grade, but made fewer films. Adapting to external contexts, Orkin pursued a more populist approach, which yielded some hits. Paul Webster, succeeding Orkin in 1998, hubristically backed by new chief executive of Channel 4, Michael Jackson, aimed to compete with Hollywood, prioritising many small funding stakes in mainstream film projects like Charlotte Gray and Lucky Break there, over creating low-budget, under-the-radar hits. And then from 2002, Tessa Ross, she commissioned This Is England, which continued as a TV film drama series on Channel 4. But how wide was the reach of distinctive films like Barbarian Sound Studio or The Selfish Giant? So it is vital I acknowledge that Film on 4 was only one part of a rich ecology of film, video art and TV drama on Channel 4 in its first decade. Aided by the ACTT and Channel 4 Workshop Declaration of 1982 and overseen by Alan Fountain, this sort of remarkably varied, challenging work was screened, much of it at 11 p.m. in the 11th hour strand, ran from 1982 to 88. Justin Smith and Tessa Ross agree that a lot of Film 4's output is edgy. However, as TV historian Hannah Andrews charts, it became considerably less so from 1993 to 1995. So from airing localised or innovative voices like Derek Jarman to chasing hits that rival Hollywood like Four Weddings and a Funeral. Film on 4 did boost the numbers of British films that received cinema releases. However, as you can see in the parallel graphs there, it produced fewer one-offs for TV broadcasts than the BBC's Play for Today did per year. 12.5 films on 4 to 21.1 plays for today. And that Play for Today figure may be higher if I liberally expanded my definition of Play for Today. Clearly, film on 4 can be contextualised in relation to the long-term decline in single plays, TV films or other one-offs screened on TV in prime time, as lamented by John Cook, Sean Day-Lewis and Michael Darlow. However, at least in David Rose's time, it made significant additional investments which resulted in a spin-off strand, which I will discuss later. Now, crucially, what was Film on 4's position within the televisual flow? As you can see there, from 1982 to 1999, it was scheduled on all 7 days of the week at different times. Its first series primarily went out on Wednesdays, within the BBC's old Wednesday play time slot. However, if I were to do a comparative graph of Film 4 productions, TV screenings from 1999 to 2022, it would show a far more scattered, disparate picture. This, though, shows that Thursday was the Film on 4 day. 59.4% were shown then. In contrast, 53.4% of plays for today were shown on the earlier strand's most typical day, Tuesday. While not quite having the ritual status of Play for Today in terms of scheduling time, 96.6% of Play for Today started from 9:20 to 9:35 p.m. Film on 4 did tend to start at either 9, 9:30 or 10 p.m. It was solidly a fixture on Thursdays at 9 p.m. or 9:30 p.m. from Series 2 in 1983 to Series 10 in 1990, a longer span, notably, than the Wednesday play. This clearly helped Film on 4 gain audience loyalty, establishing the brand which eventually led to its own digital channel in 1998. However, during the 1990s, it shifted later and later, which made Film on 4's appeal overly selective and gave it far less prominence. Film on 4's overall average audience, for those I have figures, was 2.84 million, which compares with 5.63 million for Play for Today and 3.1 million for Channel 4's tremendous long-running sitcom Desmond's. Average viewing figures by series confirm that Just as Rose oversaw greater numbers of films on 4, his also generally reached the most viewers, though Orkin had some significant successes. Film on 4's largest audiences were in its 1987 season, 4.15 million, and it maintained over 4 million in 1988. Its lowest audiences were in 1996-97, 1.85 million. Now, my original abstract title for this talk was From Diverse Experimentation to Chasing the Madness of 4 Weddings and Trainspotting. Here is my top 15 table of Film on 4's most watched first broadcast TV screenings. Interestingly, Trainspotting and My Beautiful Laundrette just miss out, though both got 4 million plus and many repeats. Alan Bennett's is in there at number 14. No surprise at all what the winner is, of course. Now, looking deeply here, there is a strong vein of films on 4 with urban working class settings. Absent are Merchant Ivory's films on 4, though their 3 million-ish figures were strong. Now, as alluded to earlier, Film on 4 had a spin-off, which became Film on 4 International, showcasing non-English language films. I have ratings data for 18, which definitely had Channel 4 funding. These averaged 872,000 viewers. 3 European films gained over 2 million viewers, including Agnes Varda's Vagabond. These represented incredible value for Channel 4, which provided just between 7 and 20% of their budgets. Christian Kuhn's Strawberry Fields only cost Channel 4 £25,000 and gained the channel 2.49 million viewers. While later, under Orkin, certain European auteurs' work was aired in the Film on 4 strand proper, Roman Polanski, Louis Malle. Films like this, on the right there, shown as part of Film on 4 International, were not shown after 1990. Sarah Unia was shown on 9 p.m. on a Saturday night. Along with the decontinuation of Film on 4 International, I perceive a historical shift from In Fading Light, the Amber Collective's drama about a Tyneside fishing community, which 3.1 million viewers watched in May 1991, to another contrasting success. Shallow Grave cost £1 million and made £13 million at box offices worldwide. On TV at 10 p.m, 2.86 million people tuned in, an 18% audience share, almost double what Dorothy Hobson refers to as the magical 10% that Channel 4 sought in the 1980s. Even Peter Greenaway's The Baby of Macon, whose seemingly low audience of 530,000, even that did actually obtain that coveted 10% share when it was shown in a late slot in January 1997. Playing Away, a charming drama by Carol Phillips, directed by Horace Ovey, about an urban West Indian cricket team playing a match in rural Suffolk, reached 3.12 million viewers. Whereas, perhaps showing a decline, the big budget 1993 Film on 4 Shopping, a disastrous flop according to Rachel Cook, took over 3 years to reach Channel 4, gaining probably under 1 million viewers in 1996, despite featuring Primrose Hill set regulars like Jude Law and Sadie Frost randomly on the streets of Newcastle upon Tyne. I conclude with the importance of scheduling, which could grant films a habitual place in people's weeks. In December 1994, Matthew Bond in The Times bemoaned the lateness of Film on 4 starting times of 10 p.m. due to the documentary Cutting Edge being prioritised for the earlier slot, oddly some thought. Subsequently, Film on 4 remained at 10 p.m, often even later, with some exceptional big hitters being shown around 9 p.m, like Howard's End, The Manners of King George, Secrets and Lies, and Brassed Off. The broadcast journalist William Phillips noted in April 1999 how Film on 4 was marginalised in how some of its more recherche co-productions were buried after midnight. Pretty rapidly, Film on 4 lost any sense of being a fixture in the schedules. Indeed, its final 7 series from autumn 1995 to winter 1999 each started on a different day from the last series. The last 6 individual films on 4 were shown on 5 different days at times ranging from 9:30 p.m. to 20 minutes after midnight. Notably, Paul Webster claims to have campaigned to re-establish Film on 4 as a monthly 10 p.m. slot on a Sunday. It took me 2 years to get a meeting with the director of programmes, which lasted around 20 minutes and was disastrous, he said. It wasn't a good atmosphere internally. While Webster's tenure was broadly unsuccessful, he still commissioned some singular, diverse, non-mainstream films. David Lynch's beautiful The Straight Story, and Jim Jarmusch's Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai, starring Forrest Whitaker. But as you see in this TV listing on the right, this was broadcast after Film on 4 Strand's discontinuation. Ghost Dog followed the pattern of later Orkin-era Film on 4 seasons in starting increasingly late, you can see there, and it was implicitly targeted at Jarmusch fans, night owls or time shifters, not large audiences. Director and key campaigner for Channel 4 and Film on 4 in the first place, Michael Darlow, argued in 2004 that Film on 4's scheduling was too late and the lag between cinema release and TV screening reduced its impact. According to Darlow, bolstering the reputation of the British cinema while blunting its own relevance and reducing the social, political and cultural immediacy. Overall, David Rose was an astute overseer who built Film on 4's reputation and reach, aided by it being a regular fixture in Channel 4's Thursday night schedules. Subsequently, alternative film was marginalised on TV. Film, TV and our wider culture lost out as a result. Thank you for listening.
Thanks very much to Tom May for that really insightful presentation about the scheduling, distribution and audience figures for many notable films on 4 from the earlier period. We move on now to Hannah Andrews' presentation. Hannah is the author of a really important book about the relationship between British film and television, which was influential and instrumental when I was leading the Channel 4 and British Film Culture project 10 years ago. In terms of the dearth of literature at that time, with the exception of John Hill and Martin McLuhan's collection, Big Picture, Small Screen, on examining the relationship between British television and film culture. Hannah's paper today is entitled Film 4 in the Age of Cinematic Television, and takes up that story of this fundamental but changing relationship in our screen culture. Hannah.
Thanks so much, Justin, and thank you for mentioning television and British cinema, so I didn't have to, but that's the name of the book if anyone's interested. So this paper is going to present a macro examination of Film 4, which, as we know, is the filmmaking arm of Channel 4 since 2010. And I chose 2010 for two reasons. One, because that's the cut-off point for television and British cinema, and two, because that year saw the arrival of a new Tory government, and they had a new approach to the creative industries that has shaped UK film for better or worse since. Film 4, as this paper is going to explore, is one of the flagship institutions of the British film industry, and therefore I think we can also see it as something of a barometer for it, as this paper is going to explore. The title also invokes the age of cinematic television, and this is perhaps unwise because this is an expression that's not really beloved of anybody, but especially not people in television studies. And it is being used here, I should say, as a catch-all term for two developments in the industry since in the last decade or so. Firstly, the ongoing growth of high-end serial television drama as a competitor to film in various ways that we'll explore. And secondly, the dominance of so-called disruptors, that's predominantly SVOD, subscription video on demand services like Netflix, Amazon, Disney, and so on, which are competing with cinema for audience attention, in part through their exploitation of high-end serial drama. The term cinematic television also captures, as Michael Newman and Ilana Levine have argued, among many others, a growing attempt to culturally reclaim or legitimate television, one that usually requires the bracketing out of certain types of television programme and an implicit denigration of the rest of television. So filmmaking bodies like Film 4 are therefore operating in a contradictory industry, one that's becoming ever more convergent, where, as Caitlin Benson-Allott puts it, audiences are increasingly platform agnostic, while at the same time considerable energy is still being put into what I have previously described as rhetorical divergence, that is, the discursive separation between film and television, even while they grow industrially, technologically, aesthetically closer to one another. So let's start then with an overview of the film industry since 2010 to help contextualise Film 4 within it. In the UK, one of the key drivers of change in the last decade or so has been 12 years of power for a Conservative government whose approach to the creative industries tends to focus on economic rather than cultural matters. This is best manifested in the decision to expand the new Labour policy of film tax relief, but to loosen the cultural criteria by which a film project could be deemed British. This would encourage huge levels of inward investment in the UK film production industry, especially from global corporations and Hollywood. High-end television, that is television production that costs upwards of £1 million per broadcast hour, was added to that tax relief in April 2013. The policy has made the UK an attractive place to make film, indicated, for example, in the expanding amount of studio space and post-production facilities in the UK. These expansions have tended to benefit global film production companies. So examples of these include the Warner's lot at Leavesden, or the huge investment that Warner's are making in Britain, or Netflix's long leases at 2 production facilities for the making of their original content, including Bridgerton. So while arguably these factors do make for the, quote, dynamic and entrepreneurial film industry that David Cameron memorably claimed that he wanted in 2010, they are largely to the detriment of independent British films, either those produced and financed from entirely independent organisations, or those which are supported by organisations like the BFI, the Public Service Broadcasters Film Arms, like Film 4, or a Hollywood studio's nominally independent arm. According to a July 2022 report by Alma Economics made for the BFI, revenue sources for independent British film have been in steady decline over the past 10 years. Box office returns have gradually slowed, with cinemas understandably tending to favour high-profile franchise releases that have a better chance of audience maximisation. Perhaps the biggest issue for the UK independent industry is the virtual obliteration of physical media as a market, with home entertainment in 2010 accounting for around 35% of revenue for independent film, but that slipped to less than 10% in 2020. Television licence fees, of the kind that Tom was talking about, have been generally slightly more stable, but still show a pattern of decline. So, for television as well as film, competition from SVODs affects every part of the value chain, from attracting and retaining talent, as we'll see, to producing attractive and competitive content, to attracting and retaining audiences. The UK's strong tradition of public service broadcasting has provided a level of protection for its industry, as we've been hearing today. It's done so despite the government, which has broadly been hostile to public service broadcasters, for example, in recurring freezes to the BBC's licence fee, and more recently in the threatened privatisation of Channel 4. So, not a particularly bright picture, I'm afraid to say. So what's been happening at Film 4 in those years? Perhaps, or probably the most significant change came in 2014 with the departure of its long-standing, very well-respected head, Tessa Ross. Ross had a background in television, and she'd been brought in as head of the drama department at Channel 4 and Film 4 to revive Film 4 after that 1998 to 2002 period of experimental expansion that didn't go so well for the company. So during that time, it had attempted to operate as producer and distributor of kind of independent but internationally competitive films. And it had been damaged, as Tom alluded to, by a series of relatively large budget box office, projects that performed underwhelmingly at the box office, shall we say. There was also in 2002 an advertising downturn that depleted the finances of Channel 4 as its parent corporation. Under Ross then, after this period, Film 4 had rebalanced itself as a more modest but still very influential supporter of the independent British film industry. And her departure was, when reported in Screen International, was seen as a kind of potentially destabilising destabilising across the whole independent film sector, which speaks to her importance. She was replaced by David Koss, who was a former head of Universal Pictures International. This appointment, I think, signalled a change in direction for Film 4, a reorientation back towards that commercial indie end of the international film market. One indicator of a kind of more commercial redirection for Film 4 in this time, for example, is the number of adaptations that it was producing. 47%, just under half of the films produced since 2010 are adaptations of one kind or another. Film 4 in this time enjoyed a series of critical and modest commercial successes, including a high point in 2015, 15 nominations in the Academy Awards. However, there was a move away from films that thematically and culturally convey Britishness towards a more mixed portfolio, including a number of high-profile films that had American film themes and settings, and you can see this in the films that were nominated in that 2015 period. So, Carol, Room, Ex Machina. An analysis of Film 4's output since 2010 shows an increasing preference for these US-based projects or co-production projects and a decline in European collaborations. So while US set films, so these are films set in America rather than necessarily filmed there, make 22% of the productions supported by Film 4 since 2010, only 9% of them have European settings. 44% of the films made since 2010 have at least one American star, compared with 25% that have a European star, and a quarter of those films are the same European star, Michael Fassbender, who we could say has been co-opted by Hollywood. Film 4's declining role as a partner in European co-productions reflects a broader industrial shift post-Brexit, with Britain no longer a partner of choice among European collaborators, according to a 2018 Screen International article. Film 4 continues to benefit from strategic industrial partnerships with larger international players, such as a 2016 deal made with Fox Searchlight that would result in 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. This deal was made by Koss's successor, Daniel Batzek, who also benefited in 2016 from a £10 million uplift in the Film 4 budget. This signals a period of renewed self-confidence, demonstrated in their stated goal at that time to achieve, quote, self-sufficiency by 2020, an aspiration that COVID-19 unfortunately put paid to. We can see this kind of transatlantic reorientation and that confident self-image of Film 4 by the way it presents itself on its web pages. It's notable that if we look at the thumbnail images of Film 4 films here, that only one of the 4 of them is set in Britain, which is in reality an inversion of the number of films, or the ratio of British to American films. You can also see a transition away from the original conception of Channel 4 films that Tom May was alluding to a moment ago, films that are predominantly British in theme and setting, and also films that reflect contemporary concerns. Half the films here are period pieces, signified immediately and very strikingly by the presence of candlelight, which is a kind of parenthesis for these images. The language, the discourse that's being used here is also very interesting. Note that the headline highlights Film 4's role in working with the most distinctive and innovative talent in both the UK and international filmmaking. In other words, here Film 4 is pitching itself as a global independent film body, not a specifically British one. This is aligning with the broader policy implications of the film tax relief system, with Britishness defined by talent and by economic contributions much more than it is by thematic or cultural content. Film 4, then, we could say, represents and presents itself as the UK independent industry in microcosm. So looking at recent reports on the state of play in UK independent film sector, it's clear that cinematic television, as I defined it before, while certainly not the only problem for Film 4 and its ilk, is a particularly challenging one for the following reasons. Firstly, finance. A May 2018 Screen International article by Geoffrey McNabb highlighted that investors are increasingly diverting funds from independent film to so-called high-end television projects. These are more likely to come with distribution in place. They're more likely to come with funding arranged by broadcaster or streamer, and they will pay most of the production costs. They also come with a better chance at finding an audience because they are being made for and by SVODs. So these all represent a better financial prospect if you are a financier, rather than the vagaries of independent cinema distribution market. With tax relief also benefiting high-end television, there are financial incentives of that kind, specifically for independent film, currently don't exist. And in fact, the ALMA economics report for the BFI proposes an independent film tax relief policy as an intervention that could help overcome that problem. Similarly, the poaching of above-the-line talent, such as film stars, directors and writers, is a well-known, much-discussed aspect of cinematic television, with the long shooting schedules that are associated with serial television reducing the availability of such talent for other projects. McNabb reported a, quote, sustained talent drain to high-end TV, where people's agents are refusing to commit their clients until the last minute to independent film projects should a more lucrative project in high-end television come up. A similar picture to this also exists below the line, with highly experienced production staff often engaged for high-budget studio film projects or more often serial television. There's also a kind of an analogous space race happening in the UK production industry, with cinematic television projects claiming significant studio time and resources, which is driving up costs for everybody else. Perhaps the most troubling implication of cinematic television for Film 4, though, and the rest of the independent film sector, is an audience strain. Audiences that tend to seek out independent cinema are demographically aligned with those that tend to be more likely to be SVOD subscribers and or the target audience for cinematic television. This has had an enormous impact on traditional release models for cinema, with the windowing system of film distribution disrupted by experiments with different delivery models, such as day and date or premium VOD. When COVID-19 lockdowns turned the ability to stay at home to consume cinematic entertainment into a necessity, distributors were obliged to attempt new digital release patterns. Most industry analysts agree, though, that this was an acceleration of an existing trend rather than a break with tradition. Looking at this picture then, cinematic television is cannibalising the necessary resources for independent cinema, the finance, talent, facilities and audiences that keep it going. Two brief examples from the recent Film 4 roster highlight some of these changes and challenges. Firstly, Been So Long. This is a Camden set musical financed by Film 4 and the BFI Film Fund. It was exhibited at the London Film Festival and at Cannes, and it was at the latter that the rights for the film were bought by Netflix. Netflix bought them so that the film could be a, quote, original, which is Netflix speak for content whose global rights are secured by Netflix, though not necessarily produced by them. Netflix are famously not forthcoming with detail about their acquisitions, but it's likely that this was a cost-plus deal. That's a financing mechanism that's common in television, where broadcasters pay for productions plus a 10 to 15% uplift on budget in exchange for full exploitation of the film's rights. This is a different financing model than is usual in the film industry in the UK, where instead producers tend to retain their ability to exploit films across various distribution windows or revenue sources, but these are by no means guaranteed to generate profit. So Been So Long was the first British film to secure such a Netflix deal, and it was released on the platform in October 2018. Here's the important thing. Because Netflix's information is proprietary and it's not made public, it's not possible for us to estimate the audience for this film. It's also not possible for us to estimate its economic value to Netflix. The lack of audience information has in fact been highlighted by producers as a key impediment for them securing future finance. Without knowing who is watching what, where and how, it's hard to sell future projects to financiers. A second example, How to Build a Girl. It was in development since the publication of its source novel by Caitlin Moran in 2014. It's a coming-of-age movie directed by a well-established British director, Cokie Gedroy, and starring Beanie Feldstein. It was planned to have a relatively conventional distribution, with a premiere at the Toronto Film Festival in 2019, which was meant to be followed by a wide release after a fair amount of hype that was built up during its production. COVID put paid to the cinematic release, and it later enjoyed a VOD-only release courtesy of Amazon Prime Video, one of the partners in the film. The CAO of its distributor, Lionsgate, gamely announced that the Prime Video release date was a, quote, fantastic opportunity for us to bring great films to people at home more immediately. An interesting spin, given that this was likely the original date on which the film would have reached its SVOD window anyway. How to Build a Girl represents one of the clearest distribution casualties of COVID-19, a film which may well have proved a hit for Film 4 in more normal times. A similar fate befell another high-profile adaptation from 2020, the drag musical Everybody's Talking About Jamie. Both these projects reflect some of these changes and challenges faced by the industry in the age of cinematic television. the dominance of SVODs as a new and disruptive force both in film and television industries, the alterations to distribution patterns that see old practices of windowing replaced without certainty about the financial security of new release mechanisms, the release of films into vast libraries of content, bypassing the theatrical release that was once the surest signifier of divergence from television, and the withholding of information about audiences for this content, diminishing a producer's ability to make the case for financing future film projects. It's tempting to read the VOD release of films as a return to the past, an echo of a point in time that Tom was talking about, where British film culture was alive and well and living on television, as Kenneth Trodd, or was it Mike Leigh, said of single drama in the 1970s. Many elements of the past decade of Film 4 do have the feel of plus ça change about them. The difference here is access, where British television film culture was once rendered accessible to a broad public via the mechanism of public service broadcasting. The business model of SVODs requires the opposite: exclusivity, accessibility limited to subscribers. The capacity for British film to be centred in the national conversation via television is therefore radically reduced. To conclude, a brief note on possible futures for Film 4 at a moment of huge uncertainty in film and television and just about every other industry. As unwise as it is to get out the crystal ball in these conditions, this is a summary of the current direction of travel. And unfortunately, the picture doesn't look that positive. The ALMA Economics report highlights a long-term decline in most revenue sources for independent film, and notes that trends that were accelerated by COVID lockdowns, such as a shift away from theatrical revenues and towards SVODs, appear to be more or less permanent. With the global economic prospects looking fairly grim, compounded by UK complications associated with Brexit, the streamers whose largesse has driven growth in the UK market are more likely to be cautious. Indeed, only 2 weeks ago, Pact was reporting a dip in UK spend by streamers of $57 million. This affects both film and high-end television, of course, but it's not positive for either. Finally, the matter that really overshadows everything concerning Channel 4 at the moment, privatisation. Though Channel 4 is currently obliged by law to continue its support of the UK film industry, it's by no means certain that the corporation will retain all of its public service remit when or if the sell-off occurs. With the challenge that faces the UK independent film industry, an industry for which Film 4 has turned itself into the avatar and champion, it feels very unlikely that any buyer for Channel 4 will wish to take on the burden of supporting this ailing sector. What's the likely future then for Film 4? Oblivion? All I can say is that we've been here before and somehow it's survived, and I hope for the sake of interesting and relevant British cinema that it can do so again. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to Hannah for that really comprehensive updating of her research on the recent and current and potential future of Film 4. Our final speaker on this panel is Joseph Oldham, and Joseph's paper picks on a particularly celebrated case study from the early years of Channel 4. It's entitled Selling the Audience a Good Yarn, Even Though It's About Politics, Developing a Very British Coup. Joseph.
Sorry, you have to open up this next. switch it over. Once it's
Okay,
open,
sure.
but,
What do I do to move it along? Do I press spacebar?
yeah, you press. Just go from beginning. Yeah, you'll see the next line, and then you just go like that.
Okay.
Okay, I just don't have to transfer it.
Fantastic. Right, hello, thank you very much. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about A Very British Coup, and this was a Channel 4 drama first broadcast in 1988. By any standards, this is a landmark in the channel's history. It won 4 BAFTA awards plus an international Emmy. In the BFI's TV 100 list of the year 2000, it ranked at 66, which was Channel 4's highest placed drama. And I note that a screening was programmed into the BFI's Channel 4 anniversary season just last week. So without question, this is a key part of the Channel 4 canon. It's one of the plums in the pudding, to go back to that keynote earlier. But one thing A Very British Coup was not, however, was a film on 4. Instead, it was broadcast as a 3-part drama serial, a much more specifically televisual form. So why am I speaking in the Film on 4 panel? Well, the answer is that for much of its lengthy development, A Very British Coup was intended to be a film on 4. And as such, it offers a rich case study for the Film on 4 production process, while also illuminating how Channel 4 came to expand its prestige drama output into other forms, revealing much about the new broadcaster's developing identity. Can I just check, can you hear me? Because I'm wondering if I need to bend down for the microphone, but okay. Let me know if you can't hear me. So indeed, the story of A Very British Coup can be traced right back to a game-changing event in the autumn of 1982, which is, of course, the publication of the novel A Very British Coup. This was written by Chris Mullin, then editor of the socialist political magazine Tribune. Drawing inspiration from his involvement in the Labour Party, long-standing rumours that the UK intelligence services had undermined the Labour government of Harold Wilson, and wider contexts such as the 1973 Chilean coup, Mullin's novel queried whether something like the Chilean experience could happen in the UK. So A Very British Coup opens with the election of a left-wing Labour government led by leader Harry Perkins, an ex-steelworker from Sheffield, on a radical programme which includes nuclear disarmament and withdrawal from NATO. Perkins's government is then subjected to a systematic campaign of destabilisation from the forces of reaction: MI5, the city, the media, the military, the civil service, the CIA. Could it happen here? Mullin's conclusion is essentially that it wouldn't need to. Britain's systems for containing and neutralising the political left are so sophisticated that no crude violence is necessary. Perkins is ultimately blackmailed into resigning over trumped-up charges of financial impropriety. As the MI5 chief who delivers the fatal blow observes, there had been no tanks on the street. No one had gone to the firing squad. It was a very British coup. Now, Mullin's intention in writing the novel was to spark debate about the operation of power in Britain. To Socialist Organiser, he remarked that, "I would like to see the book made into a television series. I would like to set people talking in the enemy camp about whether this version of events is true to life or not." So these were the dying days of what John Ellis has termed the era of scarcity, when British television consisted of only 3 channels that could command enormous mass audiences, serving in Paddy Scannell's words as a forum for open public discussion of matters of general concern. This was key to the medium's attraction for left-wing writers from Dennis Potter to Trevor Griffiths, and even prior to the novel's publication, Mullin had made proactive efforts to initiate a television adaptation, sending a brief treatment that he wrote himself to key figures at various ITV companies. I have a scan of his outline there. But the origins of the successful adaptation of A Very British Coup, however, can be traced to a meeting between Mullin and film producer Sally Hibbin on the 16th of January 1983. Hibbin, a fellow left-wing journalist, had recently moved into filmmaking when she founded Parallax Pictures to supply documentaries to the recently launched Channel 4. Hibbin's proposal for this more ambitious project, though, was that it would be made by Scriba Films, another new independent, and that she would share production duties with Scriba's Anne Skinner. If Hibbin brought the radical background, Skinner brought the more mainstream CV, having worked in continuity on films from Sunday Bloody Sunday to the original Star Wars. Scriba had already contributed to the original 1982 season of Film on 4 with Bad Hats, a French co-production on which Skinner had served as executive producer. Concerning two First World War soldiers who desert the front line, Bad Hats was the writing debut of actors Mick Ford and Robert Hickson, who also played roles in the film. Now, Hibbin's meeting with Mullin went sufficiently well that the following day she wrote to formally propose that she and Skinner be given 3 months to put together a viable package of director, scriptwriter, star, and production money. Ford and Hickson were initially in the frame to adapt A Very British Coup, and from the outset, this was intended, like Bad Hats, to be a film funded by and produced for Channel 4. In a letter to Mullin on the 14th of June, in the bit that I've highlighted in red, Skinner described how Mick, Robert and I went to Channel 4 to meet with David Rose and Walter Donahue, who both liked the project. David wanted to make sure that the book could be successfully split into 2 75-minute episodes before he commits totally to a script. The 2-part Film on 4 had a... what happened? The 2-part Film on 4 had a precedent with 1982's Praying Mantis, though it would prove a short-lived phenomenon. Though it's interesting, I think, that at this stage there were already concerns about whether the complicated plot of A Very British Coup could fit inside a normal feature film. As to what attracted David Rose to A Very British Coup more generally, the finished serial is briefly cited by John Ellis in Seeing Things as an example of the channel shifting the emphasis on British television from balance to diversity of viewpoints. But more specifically, we might note that this meeting took place just weeks after the critically lauded release of The Ploughman's Lunch, one of the earliest Film on 4s to enjoy a cinematic release, which touched on similar themes concerning the partiality of news management. So after further negotiations, on the 3rd of January 1984, at the dawn of George Orwell's dystopia, Mullin granted Scriba a 6-month option, which would be renewed numerous times over the coming years. Hickson and Ford then produced a treatment, dividing the novel's plot into 2 episodes, although this would ultimately be the pair's final contribution to the project. In a letter dated the 10th of July, Skinner informed Mullin that Hibbin was doing some groundwork on other possible writers. On the 9th of October, Skinner wrote to screenwriter Alan Plater, inviting him to consider writing the script. Unlike Ford and Hickson, Plater was an extremely established writer who had amassed over 150 television writing credits since his debut in 1961, plus several film screenplays, and was by now widely regarded as a venerated elder statesman of British television. In some ways, Plater was an inspired choice. His recurrent focus on the northern working class life of his own roots made him highly qualified to write the character of Perkins. Yet whilst his work was certainly not without political overtones, it was perhaps less commonly characterised by the overt campaigning spirit of many more radical contemporaries such as Trevor Griffiths or Jim Allen. Indeed, his reputation as a writer of offbeat characters and witty dialogue seemed perhaps a long way from the partisan paranoia of Mullin's novel. But Plater was interested, and sometime in the autumn met with Skinner and Hibbin to discuss the project. So what first attracted him to Mullin's novel? Plater later described how, as an old socialist from way back, I saw this as a good opportunity for a quick wave of the red flag and to see the effect on the audience, the British public. However, the biggest attraction for me was this very simple premise based on the power of the establishment, people who hadn't been elected, to oust a man who had been elected. And this tapped into a more universal theme, as he declared to Tribune in 1991. A Very British Coup wasn't really about the Labour Party. It's got to transcend that. It's in my original notes. It's about one man taking on the establishment. It's Mr. Deeds goes to Washington, he says, mangling his Frank Capra titles. On the 15th of December, he wrote to Skinner and Hibbin with some provisional thoughts. Initially, he recommended emphasising a thriller component, musing that there's a possibility of selling the audience a good yarn of that kind, even though it's about politics, see China Syndrome, etc., whereas a film about politics as such might provoke a chorus of nationwide yawning. Indeed, an insecurity about the film's wider appeal seems to have underpinned much of Plater's thinking, and here I might suggest that, even as he embarked on his first ever Channel 4 project, Plater was perhaps demonstrating a sense of duty towards a mass audience forged in the era of scarcity. Over early 1985, Plater produced several treatments for a film version of A Very British Coup. By now, the idea for a two-part version had definitely been abandoned, with Scriba instead aspiring towards a standalone film for cinematic release. Notably, one of the company's other projects at this time, Bill Douglas's Comrades, would, I believe, hold the record as the biggest budget film on 4 for a few years. So Scriba was already very much in Channel 4's big league at this time. In his outlines, Plater initially suggested a framing flashback structure, centering on Perkins's press secretary, Fred Thompson, and the civil servant, Elizabeth Fane, as he wrote. The film will open with Thompson working at a high-tech array of film, video and sound equipment, putting together a program called How to Destroy a Prime Minister. Using Thompson's editing of various source material, newsreel footage, tape recordings as a springboard, we'll tell the story substantially as in the book. The audience would be misdirected into thinking that Thompson was working in a professional broadcasting institution, only for the final twist to reveal him in an attic in Brixton. And here we see Plater, veteran of broadcasting in the era of scarcity, offering his nightmarish glimpse into the future of British broadcasting. In the high room overlooking the City of London, Thompson and Elizabeth finish their film. They start to make a series of copies on videocassette for circulation to an assortment of pirate television stations that, since the deregulation of broadcasting in 1987, served the public with old movies, soft porn, I Love Lucy, nostalgic glimpses of England winning the 1966 World Cup, and occasional subversive documentaries, if they're cheap. The film then ends with an ominous conclusion in which the special branch burst in, confiscate the material, and take Thompson and Elizabeth away for questioning. Now, this preoccupation with the looming horrors of the multi-channel age is perhaps ironic given that, as John Ellis writes, it was Channel 4 itself that did more than any other television organisation to move British television into the new era of availability, breaking open the habits of the era of scarcity. Yet whilst Channel 4 had suggested an era of availability characterised by experimentation, revised public service values and motives other than raw profit-making, a rather different era of availability was now lurking on the horizon. That spring, the Peacock Committee had been initiated to review the deregulation of British broadcasting, and many feared that the forthcoming satellite television service would be dominated by Rupert Murdoch. Plater's dystopian vision of this future differs from conventional totalitarianism. Whilst a space for dissenting voices does still survive, such voices are drowned out by overwhelming quantities of bullshit and triviality. And indeed, I think the emphasis Plater places on curated nostalgia as an index of cultural stagnation feels quite on point in some ways. But this intriguing flashback structure was, however, abandoned before the scripting stage. On the 19th of July, Hibbin wrote to inform Mullin that Anne Skinner has had a preliminary talk to David Rose at Channel 4, who is enthusiastic about the project. If all goes well, Alan can then begin the script in the early autumn with the aim of making the film next summer. Around this time, the project acquired a director, Mick Jackson, who had already approached the anti-nuclear theme as director of the BBC nuclear apocalypse drama Threads. On the 17th of December, Plater delivered his first draft to Skinner, Hibbin and Jackson, which introduced a new, radically reconceived ending to Mullin's story. Here, Perkins appears to cave into the blackmail plot, as in the novel, agreeing to prepare a resignation speech to be read during a televised prime ministerial broadcast. A version of this sequence survives into the final production from which these images derive. The evening of the broadcast arrives, and the announcer informs us that, as well as BBC One, this programme is also being seen on BBC Two, ITV, Channel 4 and cable networks. But once on air, Perkins seizes the initiative and goes off script, announcing an immediate public inquiry into allegations of corruption and calling a new general election, explicitly on the question of who truly runs the country. So again, Plater situates his conclusion in the possibilities of broadcasting. But unlike the pitiful scope for Thompson's documentary in the outlines, the fantasy here is that Perkins can achieve total cut-through in the multi-channel landscape. The era of scarcity, with television as a forum for open public discussion of matters of general concern, is revived for one night only to save Britain, and even Channel 4 must temporarily subordinate itself for the greater good. The film then ends on election morning as an old man called Jack heads the polling station with his dog. End credits, fade out, the end. The outcome of the poll is left unknown to the audience, but it is an ending with more potential for hope than found in Mullin's novel. Plater produced a second draft of the screenplay on the 17th of February 1986, with revisions following in May and June. But despite hopes that filming would commence that summer, Jackson described how it rapidly became clear that it wouldn't be possible to get American financial backing. It was nothing to do with the politics, but there are only a handful of English actors who are bankable Hollywood stars, such as Michael Caine or Alan Bates. None of them were either right for the part or indeed interested, so it fell through as a film. But the process of reworking the project was soon underway, with Mullin's publisher informing him on the 17th of December of Channel 4's new interest in a 4-part television piece. So John Cockey has described how serious television drama during this period reached a fork in the path. One path leads towards film and cinema. The other path, however, leads drama back towards the serial narrative form, which has a long history in popular fiction. And whilst Channel 4 had, for most of the 1980s, led the way on the former path with Film on 4, the serial had emerged as a major site of innovation, more so on the BBC and ITV. One advantage of the serial over single drama, as Carl Gardner and John Wyver noted in 1980, is that they build and attain far better ratings, because the audience is led back to them week after week. This perhaps ran against the original philosophy of Channel 4, with its favouring of jagged, unpredictable scheduling. But now, after several years on the air, the channel was developing its own tradition of serial drama, particularly with the arrival of Peter Ansorge as commissioning editor of drama series, who would oversee A Very British Coup's further development. Perhaps especially pertinent was the success of the BBC television serial Edge of Darkness, a 6-part political thriller about conspiracy in the nuclear state, written by Plater's contemporary Troy Kennedy Martin and transmitted in late 1985. By coincidence, that winter also saw the premiere of a British thriller film about the nuclear state, Defence of the Realm, but it was Edge of Darkness, with the reach of broadcasting and sustained engagement of the serial, that made by far the bigger impact. As Plater himself later mused, perhaps features are a bit of an ego trip, really. If you compare, say, Defence of the Realm with Edge of Darkness, which one really got through to the most people? On the 9th of February 1987, Skinner confirmed to Mullin's publisher that A Very British Coup would be made as a 3-part television serial. On the 2nd of July, Plater delivered a new expanded screenplay, with a further draft following on the 13th of July. It was a blessing in disguise, Jackson later remarked, because if you're aiming it at someone in the American Midwest, you can't go into all the subtleties and texture of British politics as you can with the series. And we also now had 3 hours to play with instead of 1.5, so we could develop the characters. And of course, 3 50-minute episodes is basically exactly the same amount of time as 2 75-minute episodes. So they'd actually kind of come back to the originally intended running time, which I think is interesting. Plater had also further embellished the ending with a dark new twist. After Perkins's audacious on-air gambit, the story still ends on election morning. This time, however, we hear the build-up of military vehicles and a radio broadcaster reporting on the constitutional crisis, whilst the soft-focus figure of a soldier with a rifle appears outside a polling station. With this tiny addition, Plater's initial gesture towards hope changes to something much darker. The implication that even if one can outmaneuver the very British coup, the very British veneer is stripped away and something more brutal could indeed happen here. Filmed over autumn 1987, A Very British Coup was finally broadcast the following summer, where it did indeed stir some debate. But by this time, Michael Grade had taken over as chief executive of Channel 4, beginning a process of smoothing out some of the channel's early experimental edges. Although Grade's arrival occurred too late to have made an impact on the form that A Very British Coup took, the emergent interest in serial drama that it epitomised in some ways anticipated the direction in which he would take the channel. Still, it is hard to imagine that a serial with such overtly radical politics could have emerged from any other time than early Channel 4's commitment to diversity of voices. A Very British Coup, therefore, is perhaps the supreme oddity, widely acknowledged as one of the key landmarks of Channel 4's history, yet one that is difficult to imagine emerging from anything but this brief historical moment. Thank you very much.
Joseph, that fascinating insight into A Very British Coup. We're going to move over now to Q&A, taking our questions first from the audience and then from those of you streaming online. I do gather, have we got Tom? Also, Tom's listening in online, I think, and I'm informed that it may be possible to get written answers from him if there's any questions for Tom. So that's good. Okay. We've got a roving mic going round as well. So if you'd like to raise your hand, yes, there's a question over on this side, please, and then wait for the microphone to reach you.
Thank you for a fascinating afternoon so far. Here's one for Joseph. When Chris was here the other week, signing copies of A Very British Coup, he also signed copies of the newly published sequel.
Yes.
I take it the likelihood of that being filmed by Channel 4 or by anybody else is pretty low, if not nil.
I would say so, yes. I mean, I don't really know. I have read it. I'm not sure I personally see it as having much dramatic potential in a way.
I suppose a pertinent question there would be, what are the avenues that are available to such an adaptation? And not to be the eternal pessimist, but I'm not sure that those avenues do in fact still exist.
What might have been.
Yeah.
Indeed. Any more yes, there's a question up there, please.
Could I ask all the panellists for their thoughts on issues to do with archival access and what that means in terms of methodological opportunity, or the opposite for current and future British film and television scholars. One of the things I found really fascinating about this panel was, at its beginning and end, hearing really detailed archival work predicated on particular forms of archival access and insight. And then in the middle from Hannah, if I understood you correctly, a suggestion that many of these forms of access and insight are becoming increasingly difficult to sustain, and the way in which we analyse British screen culture of the 1980s, 90s and early noughties may become impossible once we get to a 60th anniversary of Channel 4 conference, and we're trying to do the same with screen culture of the 2010s, 20s and 30s. So how and where as a community of scholars do we set about trying to deal with that?
Yeah, it's a great question. It may be that Tom, listening in online, can offer his version of comments about his archival access to information. But if I start with Joseph and then ask Hannah to talk about your archival work behind this.
Sure. I mean, I feel a bit of an outsider on this panel in some ways because I'm not really a Film 1/4 researcher. It's sort of an intriguing place to find myself, actually. I mean, I first came to A Very British Coup because I was writing a book which was about kind of espionage and conspiracy dramas, and it was mostly doing it through kind of textual analysis and a more sort of general historical contextualization. I was first put on to there being a good documentary record of A Very British Coup by Tony Shaw, who pointed out that BFI special collections had loads of correspondence and early drafts. I worked through that. That went into some of the stuff I wrote about A Very British Coup in my book. Subsequent to that, I've discovered the personal archives of both Chris Mullin, the original author, and Alan Plater, the original screenwriter, at Hull History Centre. So I've basically got this ridiculous abundance of documentary material about A Very British Coup that I've sort of not got from anyone else, partly because it had these kind of key figures involved who all kind of kept excellent personal archives. So it's an extraordinary kind of privileged look into one particular production that I wouldn't necessarily be able to kind of replicate with just anything from the era, I think. It's just very fortunate with this one thing.
And the Anne Skinner papers are the BFI special collections as well, aren't they?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. It's great. There's a real abundance of resources.
So you can cross-reference it. It's not just you're not just reliant on one person's archive.
Perfect.
By contrast, Netflix are famously reticent to share information. It's a problem for us as researchers. It's a problem, as I said, for film financiers and film producers. And it's a problem that is causing friction, as I understand it, between the SVODs and, for example, the EU, who are looking for a much more clear sense of transparency about various aspects of SVODs. But something that bothers me, to come to your point about the kind of 60th anniversary of Channel 4, if we take my two film examples, Been So Long and How to Build a Girl, they've appeared on Netflix and they appear currently on Amazon Prime, but that access to those films, which are a little moment in British film culture, can be taken away at a moment's notice, with no control from anybody in this room or anywhere else in the UK. And there is an archive that's come up time and time again, a very publicly accessible one to us as researchers, Box of Broadcasts, where it seems unlikely that these films will ever appear because they're not going to appear, it seems, on Channel 4 or on Film 4. And I think this is a problem, and I don't have an answer for it.
Interesting. Do let me know if Tom, if we get any information from Tom online that we can share. But I'll move on for now. Yeah, another question there, please.
Thank you. Very interesting papers. So, a question for Hannah. It was interesting, one of the observations that you made, I think I'm sort of paraphrasing you correctly here, of in recent years, editorial selection at Film 4 sort of becoming a microcosm of broader changes within the industry, particularly in relation to American or Hollywood influence to some degree, and you pointed to a range of those films that had come out of that strand that were fundamentally American rather than British in their cultural contribution. I was just wondering, how you sort of begin to account for that. Is that just a process of sort of wearing away and attrition over time? Is it about the particular figures who were in charge of editorial selection? Is it about some other influence, or perhaps a change in Channel 4's public service obligations? Just wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
I mean, I think you've hit on one of the potential explanations, which is the people who are in charge. So I alluded in the paper to a period between 1998 and 2002 where Film 4, as it became, had these kind of expansionist tendencies, and they were trying to turn themselves into a kind of semi-vertically integrated film production distribution arm. And that was all driven by, or largely driven by Paul Webster, who had come, I believe, from Miramax. Is that right, Justin? Yes. So somebody at the top who had experience in that kind of international commercial indie end. And I think the same thing was happening with Coss and with Batsek. So I think there's an element of a culture coming from the top. But I also think there's a kind of a redirection that speaks to the sort of realities of the international film market. How do you sell films, even if they're relatively sort of medium budget films? How do you sell them globally? And if we're honest, how do you sell them in Britain? And I think this has been a tension that has just been a constant in the British film industry. And so you could describe it as a kind of escalation of an ongoing tendency, I think.
It's a very interesting question. If I can pick up a sort of a wider point on that context, when Lord Chris Smith was charged to gather together a body to report on the future of British film in 2012, one of the important things about that report was how vital Channel 4, Film 4 and BBC Films equally had become as cornerstones of a subsidised sector within the British film industry. Now that raises some very interesting questions. I mean, I think the journey from, if you like, Joseph's paper to Hannah's paper via Tom's has shown us Channel 4's history. Its attention to film has actually separated its film component out from what appears on our television screens largely. And there's a broader question perhaps about, well, should public service broadcasters' revenue be going into films that we then have to pay to see at a cinema long before we're ever going to get to see them on television, which was one of the criticisms of this model. And I don't know what you feel, Hannah, about your period, but that you're looking on a Film 4. But one of the thoughts I had was the extent to which BBC Films actually by that time had begun to poach some of the space around more domestic location set British drama at the point at which Channel 4, Film 4, was making more films that looked international.
I think that is broadly fair. And I think it was something that came up in Tom's paper, a word that I think is really important in relation to Film 4, which is edgy. From about that mid-90s point onwards, Film 4 was really kind of presenting itself as this edgy edgy wing, if you like, of British independent filmmaking. And the edginess stayed, and perhaps the Britishness started to fade away. But I don't want to overstate this point. Film 4 does still make British films with British themes and British writers and directors and so on. But it does so within this kind of edgy banner, I think.
You just don't see them on television. Question. So we got some questions
So we
online.
have Tom has
Yay.
commented on the archival
Brilliant.
chat.
Oh, yes, let's hear from Tom.
Tom's insight is in the Webster era, Lucky Breaks. Is that the first? No, that's not the start. There we go. I think openness and transparency have to be at the core of BBC and Channel 4's case for their continued existence as PSBs, i.e. contracts themselves with Netflix. I found the experience of communicating with learning on screen from my PhD very helpful. They were able to access a variety of BBC programs. ITV and Channel 4 material seemed a much harder task. In that Webster era, Lucky Break seemed to be chasing ideas of doing another full Monty or Italian Job type commercial hit, very unoriginal. I think Hannah made it clear how David Cameron just opened the door for SVODs like Netflix and completely lost the underdog small platoon indie ideals of Rose, backed by Enterbra and Putnam. Sorry if I mispronounce any names.
That's great. No, that's very helpful and interesting. I don't know if we've got any more questions from our audience here at the moment. Yes, Rod. Is it Rod over there? No, in front of Rod. Beg your pardon. Sorry, I'm being dazzled by the lights. Rather, I do beg your pardon.
That's all right.
Carry on.
It's to Hannah, actually. I was just wondering, why is it that Netflix don't want to give any information about productions? And
As I understand it, and because we don't have information, it's hard to say, it is so that they say that it's proprietary information. In other words, it's information that would, if made public, damage their ability to make future deals with producers. So on Netflix's side of things, it's better for them to keep that information private so that they can essentially, I'm trying to think of a polite way of putting it because I know this is going out in public, so they can essentially make a better deal for themselves with producers in the future.
Corporate interests, essentially.
Yeah.
They know lots about us, but we know very little about them.
I didn't have my hand up before, but since you thought I did. And actually, I was trying to sit and just enjoy the talks. But here are a couple of anecdotes. Ian Katz, who gives a talk at the end of the season in a week, said very specifically that Netflix are about to start taking advertising, which, because of their economics at the moment and the drop in subscriptions, but from his point of view, the Channel 4 point of view, is that will obviously put more pressure and competition on selling advertising. I think, and you touched on it, Hannah, you know, if you see yourself around the other side of the table inside Netflix, you know, they're working on their algorithms which curate and tell people you bought this book, you will like this next book. And also, and this comes from Katz as well, the algorithms which help them commission. So you feed into their, quotes, incredibly sophisticated algorithms what the story is, which actors are in it, what genre it is, whether there's a car crash, I don't know, but a lot of details about the project goes into an algorithm to help your projection of an outcome, how many people are going to watch it and how much money is going to be made. So if you're working in that environment, you're not going to help researchers. And one tiny other anecdote, because it's not irrelevant to Paul Webster. I remember I'd left Channel 4 in about 93 and met one of the channel's lawyers who specialized in film on 4, doing contracts and deals for Film on 4 at Cannes. And he said, oh, well, when you're because I was working in Ireland by then, he said, when you're in London, do get in touch and we should have, a bite to eat or a drink or whatever. And then he said a sort of fascinating thing. He said, well, you'd have to ring me in the afternoon because my working hours are 2 o'clock until 8 o'clock. And he said, that's because we want to be talking to LA all the time. We want to be dealing and working on films which relate to the bottom left-hand corner of the American industry. And it was a small anecdotal thing, but I thought, my God, they're lost. They are lost.
I seem to remember, and this is a long time ago, so this could be incorrect, but I think they opened an office in Los Angeles at around the same time as well. It's indicative of everything, really.
Yeah. Yes, question there.
Just a thought in return. I just wonder whether, do you think, because you said that was in 1993.
Yes.
I just wonder what the situation would be like now and how that's changed, because I guess Hollywood has changed quite a lot, and we've seen like a lot of productions moving to the UK, and that sort of like Hollywood isn't as quite as big as it was. I just wonder, any thoughts?
I mean, there are strange cultural counter effects. Like, I understand from a friend who works in casting that, you know, the Game of Thrones genre and the more recent one, which I haven't seen, but just started again, they need British accents for that genre. They want British actors and British accents for that. And also, the tax incentives encourage the studios to shoot here and in Ireland, actually. So those things swing around, but I'm a bit out of it now, but I don't think the dominance of the economic structures of the American industry has receded at all.
No, I think it's more helpful to think of these as runaway productions, really, and therefore, you know, the power centre is in Los Angeles, even if the production centre is here. Yep. And this is a fundamental change in the UK film industry, or, you know, I mean, it's happened before, hasn't it? This is what UK filmmaking was like in the 60s as well, but it's just an amplification of previous eras.
I wondered, I'm minded to ask you both. I was thinking in my own response to your talks about whether the future for the single narrative drama on television, you know, is now well and truly over. You both touched upon serialization and its benefits, and of course we're now living in an era where the way in which we consume drama, particularly, seems to be eliding the at one level the aesthetic distinctions between the cinematic and the televisual. You know, what is it that we watch on Netflix? Is it cinema or is it television? It's kind of a peculiar hybrid. But on the other hand, the story of Film 4 perhaps has been a move away, as it has grown more successful in terms of the cinema, a move away from television drama on made for and on the small screen in anything other than a serialized format, because of the economic reasons that you spelt out. I wonder if you've got any thoughts about the future of the single drama on television.
Well, I have to be honest, an earlier iteration of my paper, which was even more depressing than the account I gave you, did speculate not just about the future of the single drama on television, but the single dramatic package, the single fiction, the film. And that really worries me, but I can see it happening because the economic pressures is pulling the other way. I really love the detail, Joe, in your archival material where A Very British Coup was called a film in 3 parts for television.
That's so interesting.
It encapsulates this whole discussion, I think.
Yeah, and that written by a veteran television writer, and he's still kind of gotten into that way of thinking.
Yeah.
Interesting. Are there any other? Yes, and a couple more questions. One there and then one down.
Hi. I guess this is kind of for everyone, but more generally for you, Hannah. You said that the biggest threat, or one of the threats to Film 4, is kind of this idea of cinematic television. And maybe it's just my opinion, but I wonder whether we need, going forward, to kind of reframe this idea of like pitting film and television against each other, because just personally, some of the best stuff I've watched in like recent months and years has been kind of cinematic television. And I guess when you look at the likes of, I don't know, A24, for example, who make amazing films, but they also make amazing shows like Euphoria. I wonder if going forward, you think the distinction between film and cinematic television will start to kind of like erode, and maybe someone like Film 4, for example, could start to play in the television space. I mean, I know we have Channel 4 for that as well, but like, I'm just wondering whether we need these distinctions are as important as we kind of, the value that we place on them or have historically placed on them.
I
Or
think
if these things are kind of starting to shift.
Yeah, it's an incredibly important question. And it's a question that I was asking myself 10 years ago when I was writing my PhD, which would eventually become television and British cinema. And I have to admit that at the time, the idea of rhetorical divergence, which is this idea that we discursively separate film and television even as they come aesthetically, technologically, industrially, and so on close together, I thought that that would have a kind of a best before end, right? And yet, a book that was released last year called Television Goes to the Movies, which is about this precise question of the relationship between film and television appearing as film material and material appearing on television, made pretty much that same argument that these discursive separations are still happening. So there must be some utility to them because the industry doesn't play around. And I don't really have an answer to why we want to make those separations, but we do.
And question here?
Yeah, I was just going to say that we're sitting at the BFI, the Film Institute, used to be the National Film Theatre, and perhaps quite a few of us here are cinephiles, or cinephiles who've migrated to television, more or less willingly. But maybe it's time to admit that film is actually not really, I mean, it's kind of dead. I'm very sad to say that, but I kind of do think it's on its last legs. And of course there are films that make lots of money, but as a business model, even the Hollywood studios now are essentially making their money out of television or streamers. And I don't know what I'm saying really, except that it's probably time to stop talking about cinematic television and just talk about television. I mean, what does it mean? It means television that's got a bit more money. They're all made with the same technology, films and television. They're made with the same crews. Some budgets are bigger than others, some budgets are smaller than others. But I think a long time ago, actually, as a medium that people watched, cinema was over. You know, nobody goes to the cinema every week in the way that they did in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. Doesn't happen anymore. But people do watch stuff on devices, whatever those devices are, every day of their lives. And most of that stuff is stuff that you could more or less call television, I think. I don't know what that adds up to.
Even if it's made on film. I
But
mean,
the-
there's more people watching film than ever before, but they're not watching it at the cinema.
Film now, is it?
But it's an interesting question because a few years ago when I was approaching this question, it was the television part of cinematic television that I thought was dead or dying or likely to go, and yet it persists. And the term cinematic clearly has currency, not just in that iteration, but cinematic is used frequently on YouTube to describe YouTube content. It's used on TikTok, it's used as part of video game discourse. So the idea of the cinematic isn't going away. It's the single unit film I have more of a question mark over.
But we are sitting here, as you say, at the British Film Institute in the middle of the London Film Festival, so let's not be too gloomy about the future of cinema.
I should underline the point that this is not something I want to happen.
Another question over this side, please. And then we've got some online.
Another Tom.
Oh, another Tom intervention. We'll just take this point and then we'll come back to Tom. Thank you.
Hi, I'd just like to respond that a number of us do come here, and to other cinemas indeed, at least two, if not 3 times a week. And I would just like to say, was it the Frances McDormand film Nowhere Land that I saw first here on the big screen,
Yeah.
and then at the Curzon in Wimbledon? And I recommended it to one of my dog walking friends in the cinema. I said, you have to see it on the big screen. And she said, I went to my son's in Isha. You all know who the MP was at that time there. And he has an enormous screen, and I thought it was wonderful. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Or perhaps my maths are not quite right. Thank you.
Thank you for that vote for cinema. Let's go to Tom, if we may. Then what's Tom saying?
So Tom is saying, I think the audience is potentially there for the single dramas or films, though only if backed by those with power. Small X on BBC One and Help on C4 on Channel 4 received good scheduling prominence. Together on BBC One was another topical COVID-related one, made as a film, I think, but was shown on BBC One.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And do we have any questions from our online viewers?
No questions.
Listeners?
No questions. But Tom is very engaged.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. But we know other questions online. We've got time for a couple more. If there's anybody else who'd like to ask another question, or indeed make a comment in this sort of broader debate that we've broached about the relationship between film and television. Equally, if you're all ready for a cup of tea or whatever, we can end the session there. But okay, I see no more hands. So thank you very much indeed for your questions and comments. Thank you to Tom online, and to Joseph and to Hannah for excellent papers, and thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, John.
to the final session of the first day. This is on sexuality and Channel 4. Our first speaker is Marcus Collins, who I can see. He is reader in contemporary history at the University of Loughborough. His books include The Beatles and 60s Britain and Why Study History, and he's AHRC Fellow for the BBC at 100 and convenes last week's rival anniversary conference in Bradford. He'll talk today about 1 in 5.
Thank you very much. And so we have, thank you very much, Rowan. Thank you very much, Mandy, for being part of this panel. We're all free to be you, to be me, to be true, and to love and be loved as we choose. Free to be real and to say what we feel and to live. Free to give, free to be. So it's hard to imagine a more anodyne sentiment than this. The chorus to the anthem of the song that ended 1 in 5, which was broadcast by Channel 4 on New Year's Day in 1983. But the circumstances of its creation and of its transmission elevated such hallmark card sentiments to the height of controversy. While the song was being filmed, audience members barracked the performers, who you see here, with calls of racist, sexist, and traitor, and demanded an end to proceedings, shouting off, off, off. And once the show was announced, it led to parliamentary motions demanding the shutdown of Channel 4 within months of its foundation. Upon broadcast, the programme was roundly condemned both within and without the lesbian and gay community, with homophobes likening it to moral herpes, and a correspondent to Gay News estimating that it's put the gay clock back 150 years. Jeremy Isaacs tried to put the furore in perspective in his 1989 memoir. He mentions it as one of a series of what he calls stormovers, that is, sensationalist tabloid headline grabbers, which were irritating but ultimately ephemeral. Insignificant also, as he saw it, was the programme itself, which he implied as much when he pointed to its sub-million viewing figures, and that the Daily Mail had elevated to front-page news an obscure programme advertised at the bottom of page 22 in the Christmas scheduling announcement. But the programme was not, I think, as marginal as he implied. The IBA's defence of broadcasting 1 in 5 stated correctly that Channel 4 has been specifically instructed to cater for minority audiences, and in providing a programme for the gay population, it is merely following its brief. And Isaacs, too, saw gay programming as a litmus test for the liberalisation of programme content in the 1980s. As he put it, in the 60s, I couldn't put a homosexual on a respectable current affairs news programme without blacking out their face, and the idea that My Beautiful Laundrette could have been made is absolute balls. 1 in 5 was therefore integral to Channel 4's minority remit and its quest to push the boundaries of broadcast coverage of sexuality and gender politics. But it was more than that. I think it was also significant in the representation of lesbian and gay people for lesbian and gay people. And to understand its significance, it's necessary to appreciate its objectives in the context of broadcasting on LGBTQ+ issues up to this point. So the programme was advertised as the first nationwide programme for gay people. And as such, 1 in 5 offered an unprecedented opportunity to showcase what gay and lesbian people had achieved and become in the 15 years since the 1967 Sexual Offences Act. It aimed, in the words of Channel 4's press pack, to be no less than the first programme ever to even begin to show what it meant to be positively gay. And the producer, Paul Orumland, had a very clear-eyed vision about what he wanted to achieve. When he spoke about it being a programme for gay people, instead of about them, he had in mind a way of distinguishing it from the series Gay Life, which Mandy Merck wrote about very powerfully at the time, which was by gay people and about gay people, but it was expressly forbidden to be for gay people. So in other words, it was expected to uphold a balance, expected of all programs, and also to appeal to a straight as well as a gay audience. There was also this idea that Paul Oremland had that he wanted the thing to be positive. As he put it, there had been a tendency in programming for all minority groups to approach their subjects in an unimaginative, reverent, and overly serious manner, turning every discussion into an issue and every situation into a problem. And he claimed that this created what he referred to as a pervasive sense of gloom, a neurotic and agonized image of what being gay was. And when you look at the other programs which were being produced around this time, you get his point. So you had advice programs from concerned straight agony aunts. You had people whose political careers had been ruined when they were outed. You had the harking back to the 30s, religious programs discussing homosexuality as if it was a matter of ethical choice, programs about the legal situation, the discrimination against gay people, youth programs in which you had earnest people talking about the need for acceptance, other youth programs talking about the relationship between sex and gender, programs about community groups, self-help groups, and programs with closeted celebrities camping it up. All of these things were negative models as far as Oremland was concerned, but elements of many of these program genres were refashioned in 1 in 5 to radical effect. So its news segment abandoned any pretense at balance and instead celebrated the Pride March, the millionth call to gay switchboard, and the welcome addition of a dedicated section for lesbians in gay news. The discussion sections of the programme dispensed with straight experts and with them the psychological, medical or theological pronouncements on what it was to be gay. And the comedy segment sought to reclaim gay and lesbian comedy from a medium in which effeminate males and butch females were staple figures of ridicule in light entertainment. So instead of closeted performers using derogatory camp caricatures to extract cheap laughs from straight audiences, 1 in 5 sought to show that lesbians and gays could laugh at themselves. Oremland's idea of emphasising positive achievement was of a piece with his rejection of a need for integration. He said that integration was a sort of heterosexualisation of gay community, when in fact gay people really needed to develop group identity. But what was this positive group identity to look like? Well, for a programme that is now 40 years old, the promotion of equality, diversity and inclusivity in 1 in 5 seems almost prophetic. To feature equal numbers of men and women in the programme was not in truth a product of forward thinking so much as reflecting a need to avoid the conflicts about just this issue which had affected gay life as a series. But the ethnic diversity of the performers was remarkable for a programme of this period, while inclusivity was signalled in a pre-recorded opening sequence in which a wide array of people received invitations to attend the show. So recipients ranged from the stereotypical gay camp couple bickering and calling each other dear, to the provocative, so here you see a biker entering a public convenience and 2 women in a separatist commune. But to show that inclusivity encompassed the closeted as well as the out, invitations were also received by a man and woman jogging together, an unassuming middle-aged woman on a park bench, a farmer, and a young father hiding his sexuality from his wife. The positive achievement for gay people was equated in 1 in 5 largely with the process of coming out. The programme itself was a coming out of sorts. In the words of historian Sebastian Buckle, it was presenting gay life on gay terms. And the opening sequences symbolically equated coming out with going out, as it pictured punks, drag queens, and a stilt walker converging on the Heaven nightclub. The right time to come out to family, friends, and colleagues was earnestly debated in the discussion sections, but the value of coming out was not in question. To be free, to be you, to be real, and to say what we feel, as the song put it, was to be more than an act of individual self-realization. It was an act of solidarity aimed at reducing prejudice for others. This helped explain why 1 in 5 highlighted the most overtly lesbian and gay fashions and styles. The danger of integration is spelled out in a satirical sketch in which a policeman implores lesbians and gay men to behave and look like respectable, normal members of society, so we won't even know you exist. And Ormond regarded this integrationist ideal as an erasure of gay identity. The broadcast, like lesbian and gay people individually and collectively, was needed to define itself as being distinct from a heterosexual norm. But this was the promise of the programme. There were also potential pitfalls, and despite its avowedly inclusive ethos, 1 in 5 faced challenges in establishing a stable group identity for lesbian and gay people in early 80s Britain. And this started with its search for its community's unique characteristics. The programme was filmed at London's most celebrated gay nightclub. It starred diva Grace Jones, featured regular scene figures such as the Trollettes, and included an array of clones, construction workers, and leather fetishists. And this uncomplicated adoption of the most visible markers of metropolitan gay nightlife fulfilled Ormond's ambition to create a form of group identity, but these instantly recognisable symbols of the commercial gay scene conflicted with the condemnation of stereotypes in the programme's discussion segments. There are still too many stereotypes, exclaimed one of the presenters, Stephanie Pugsley. When are we going to see films that present us in more varied ways? And her question was a question which was posed much more forcefully in the correspondence columns of Gay News, where the very charge of stereotyping to the point of caricature was levelled at the programme itself. To the likes of one correspondent, Henry S. Lyle, the programme offered an incredible golden opportunity to present gays as articulate, decent, law-abiding, sensible citizens in his own image. He was a self-described middle-aged, middle-class, mortgage-paying, caregiving boob, and he wanted recognition that gay people were normal and as such deserved to be treated normally. Yet his claim as a gay man to belong to society by virtue of his respectability and responsibility was undermined in his eyes by the programme's depiction of homosexuality as a hedonistic subculture which lives in discos and consists, as he put it, of utterly bizarre, crude, inarticulate, ludicrous people, mainly between the ages of 18 and 30. Critics did not just object, I should say, to the tiny London-based eccentric fragment on display in 1 in 5, being utterly unrepresentative of lesbians and gay men as a whole. They charged that the, quote, sad parodies appearing in the programme were all too representative of what they said most straights considered to be the gay stereotype. So what was meant to be, in Ormond's words, a celebration of the valid and productive lifestyles of the majority of gay people in the country appeared to these critics to have achieved the exact opposite. Yet it was unclear how they proposed to construct a distinctive gay identity unmoored from stereotypes, still less one that could form the basis of an entertainment programme. Any programme which represented self-confessedly dull, uninteresting people like Lyle would struggle to retain viewers, as would any variety show which dispensed with the dressing up and showing off, castigated by other critics. There were other problems in these programmes which also had to do with the dilemmas and debates within the gay community at the time. So for all the strictly observed gender balance, indications remained of the tensions between lesbians and gay men in this period. One of the presenters, Carol Pryor, asked at one point, "Do you think that gay men and gay women have anything in common?" And in that discussion, the man she's talking to suggested that they didn't. He pointed to the mutual antipathy between many lesbians and gay men and what he regarded as the contrasting sexual instincts, which he saw as being innate. The women involved in the conversation upbraided him for his essentialism, but their contrasting feminist arguments only served to underscore the gender differences existing within the community. There was also tension between gay activism and the commercial scene. Separatism was addressed comedically in the form of a persona known as Badgie Dyke, a far from affectionate caricature of a commune-dwelling, splinter group-forming polytechnic lecturer. Her rejection of all men as sexist swine was matched to an inability to get along with any women as well. And if this parody of lesbian separatism questioned the programme's feminist credentials, it was accused of outright chauvinism for having utilised women as fetish objects in the final song and dance sequence. The likely cause of this accusation was that Pryor spent much of the song battling to keep her short skirt from being blown above her waist. At a time when the politics of clothing were hotly debated by feminists, this inadvertent recapitulation of Marilyn Monroe's air vent scene was more than enough to elicit catcalls of sexist. Another issue was whether there was a distinctively British gay identity. Despite a prominent Union flag appearing in one scene, Britain's contribution to gay culture seemed marginal at best. The discussion of films featured American journalist Jack Babuccio and was exclusively devoted to releases from mainland Europe and the United States. This was very much a pre-Film on 4 era. Musically, there was a mismatch between the headlining appearance of Grace Jones and an assortment of little-known British acts. And many of the reviews in the papers pointed to what they saw as the amateurishness and smallness of the production. Punks aside, the fashions on show were American copies. Moreover, the programme exposed divisions between between London, I should say, and people in the provinces, as Jack Babuccio condescendingly termed them. Provincials were, in his view, 10 to 15 years behind Londoners, such as himself, in their political development. For all 1 in 5's advocacy of coming out, there were plenty of indications that it was simply not an option for many lesbian and gay people in early 80s Britain. The closeted characters invited to the party in the opening sequence, the farmer and the middle-aged woman, were conspicuous by their absence in the nightclub scenes. Comedy sketches drew attention to how police targeted gay men in ridiculous outfits, while discussion segments confirmed that new wave fashions led to pub bans and threats of violence. And indeed, the adversity facing lesbian and gay people formed an unsettling subtext in 1 in 5, in the form of headlines about Ian Paisley, hollow laughs about police harassment, and songs about how outed and closeted individuals were done for and wished themselves dead. These were curious sentiments to find in a programme committed to celebration and positive achievement. But the prevalence of homophobia in early 80s Britain was amply confirmed by the backlash against 1 in 5 in the straight press in the winter of 1982 and 3. Press commentary revealed a deep suspicion of minority programming and, by extension, of minority rights. Press commentary, at its simplest, queried why minorities deserved a channel for themselves. So the News of the World suggested that Channel 4 should be catering to 4 in 5 instead of 1 in 5. An extension of this majoritarianism held that minorities were deviant out-groups. Homosexuality was not, in the words of some reviewers, a natural thing, and lesbian and gay people were not, quotes, ordinary people. As Tory MP John Carlyle put it, there is a minority of homosexuals, just as there is a minority of murderers, prostitutes, and abusive letter writers. But that doesn't mean to say that their efforts should be paraded on the airwaves for everybody. The danger of allowing minorities on air was that, in the view of these homophobes, that they would corrupt the heterosexual moral majority, most especially its young. God made man to be heterosexual, maintained the Northampton Chronicle and Echo, but somehow contradictorily worried that 1 in 5 would, quotes, encourage others to think that homosexuality is trendy, full of fun, and worth trying out. The Daily Telegraph opposed the broadcast of 1 in 5 on the grounds that cultural influences, as well as congenital causes, fed into an individual's sexual orientation. It accused the missionaries of homosexuality of seeking to swell their ranks through proselytizing programs of this kind. Claiming 1 in 5 of the population for themselves would not satisfy them, it warned. 1 in 3 by 1990 must be the watchword, and by the year 2000, it questioned. Just got a couple more minutes, okay? So the backlash against 1 in 5 did not go unchallenged. Indeed, the most vitriolic attack prompted the most concerted defence. This occurred in the pages of the News in Portsmouth, in which columnist Wilfred Potter argued that the programme was a concerted attempt to importune the entire viewing public. If this was all familiar enough, what was surprising was the reaction to his reaction. The local Che branch received a right to reply, which attacked not just Potter, but the newspaper for printing his column. Individual gay men wrote to disabuse Potter of his impression that 1 in 5 accurately represented gay life, and that it could convert people to a sexuality that was, after all, born, not made. So intemperate was Potter's column that even self-identified straight women wrote in to express outrage at his outrage. His claim to speak for the majority was challenged by one of them, Linda Scoffin, who claimed that us, the ordinary people, had nothing in common with bigots like him. And his wish to ban programmes such as 1 in 5 was met by calls for his own silencing. To conclude, 1 in 5 did not fulfil the overvaulting ambitions of its producer or the fears of its detractors, but nor was it ephemeral, as the secretary to the Channel 4 board, John Ranley, suggested when he cited it as a provocation come distraction that dealt, as he put it, with subjects of little importance to the future of people's lives. In its idiosyncratic way, it ranged across many of the most pressing issues for lesbian and gay men in the period. The relationship between art and life, between men and women, gays and straights, Britain and America, the personal and the political. It was important in identifying Channel 4 from the outset as a channel catering for lesbian and gay people, a reputation cemented by later gay film seasons and series such as Out on Tuesday. It also established a positive projection of gay nightlife culture, which was to become increasingly visible in future decades. This would have to be accomplished in the face of intensifying homophobia for the remainder of the 1980s. The next time Heaven was to appear on British television was in the Horizon programme Killer in the Village, the first documentary to expose the onset of HIV/AIDS. Taunts of moral herpes were overtaken by accusations that gay men were responsible for a civilization-threatening epidemic. There were bleak years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus. So next speaker is Mandy Merck, who was series editor of Channel 4's pioneering LGBT series Out on Tuesday, 1989 to 90, and programme editor of Saturday Night Out on the BBC in 1991. She's now Emeritus Professor of Media Arts at Royal Holloway.
Thanks, Rowan. And thank you, Marcus. Marcus, for that very interesting account of a program I dimly remember watching, but not all that enthusiastically, as I recall. Thanks to John Ellis for organizing this overall much-needed event. You're going to set up my PowerPoint. I've been asked while you do this to give you all a trigger warning, because there will be graphic full frontal nudity, but only at the end of my talk. I'm withholding it in true pornographic style, keep you excited, and I'll give you another warning before I do it, okay? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and I can just go to the right. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So I go to the right like this. How do I, sir? How do I move the PowerPoint on? Here, this is my title, but it isn't showing up here. Oh, he's going to do it. Okay, good. Okay, while he does that and puts up my title, I'll start. The proliferation of programs about sexual identities, practices, organs, and orientations on Channel 4 over the last decade has often been compared to those about buying, renovating, constructing, and selling homes. Right? We got it, yeah. On the sex side, we've seen Undateables from 2012 on sex and disability, Sex in Class 2015 on sexual education, 100 Vaginas in 2019 on such organs in which they're photographed and their owners are interviewed, Sex in Lockdown, Keep Shagging and Carry On, no explanation needed, 2020. It's a Sin, the much-praised dramatic series on the tragedy of AIDS in the era of the homophobic 80s. Open House, 2022, where couples experiment with group sex. How to Poll, also in 2022, on chat-up techniques. And a recently praised health program, Sex, Mind, and the Menopause. On the property side, a 2016 entry in the House Shop blog observed, quote, with Channel 4 showing over 10 hours worth of property TV shows a day, it would be safe to say that they are the kings of property porn. And it doesn't stop there, House Shop continued. This coming year, Channel 4 has promised at least 18 new shows, all focused on buying, selling, improving, or even building your own home. It didn't stop in 1917 either. This past spring and summer, albeit constrained by the 25% budget cut due to COVID's commercial impact on the channel, it scheduled many days like this past May 11th, with a repeat of A Place in the Sun at 3 p.m., in which a couple sought a secluded house in Portugal, followed at 4 p.m. by The Great House Giveaway, followed by a repeated episode of Sun, Sea, and Selling Houses at 5. At 3 hours later, at 8 p.m., The Great Home Transformation chronicled efforts to help a widowed mother do up her family home. And at 9, a new departure for Kevin MacLeod, Grand Designs the Streets, in which a local council offered self-builders free lots in an Oxfordshire crescent, as opposed to the vast self-purchase sites in the main Grand Designs, on which to construct their dream homes. The following morning, fans of Kirsty Allsop and Phil Spencer could rise at 4:55 to view a repeat of the venerable house buying's classic location, location, location. Last May was a big month for Kirsty and Phil, the 22nd anniversary of their first show, which debuted in 2000 and spun off Relocation, Relocation, Kirsty's Fill Your House Up for Free, Kirsty's Homemade Christmas, etc., etc. But exploitable as the Kirsty brand has proved, her Lady and the Tramp partnership with Phil Spencer set the template for dual presenters in the property program, enabling their sales competition, arguments, and thinly disguised devotion to frame similar negotiations on the part of their would-be buyers. In Channel 4's property porn, it's all about the couple, romantic and otherwise. June 1st, location, 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 saw one such married duo struggle against the shortage of available properties in Kirsty's own location of Devon, with a young surgeon and his wife looking for somewhere near his work to spend $900,000 on. I really wanted the leafy hillside cottage that Dr. Ed and his wife turned down. So if pornography's aim is the stimulation of desire, as physical lust, or in my case, more loftily perhaps as erotic attraction, location, location, location probably qualifies. But our longing for the good life in Devon is, in that bogus but much used distinction, at the erotic rather than the obscene end of this genre. For true obscenity, you need to watch another program aired for the first time this May on Channel 4, George Clark's Flipping Fast. That's the former architect George Clark from Channel 4's Property Dreams, Dream Home Abroad, and Build a New Life in the Country, who then moved to Channel 4 to The Home Show, The Restoration Man, The Great British Property Scandal, George Clark's Amazing Spaces, Old House, New Home, Ugly House to Lovely House, and George Clark's National Trust Unlocked. Flipping Fast is the competitive version of the BBC's property development show, Homes Under the Hammer. Even more than in that program, housing aesthetics, comfort, and creative self-expression are shunned for ever-expanding profit. Or as Shakespeare describes the acquisitive impulse of lust in action in Sonnet 129, mad in pursuit and in possession so. Had, having, and in quest to have, extreme. In Flipping Fast, 6 teams, which can be 2 people or actually single individuals, are lent $100,000 each, £100,000 each, to buy, renovate, and sell property. Not as the down payment, as the total payment. Anyone who spends more money than they gain is disqualified. Competitors get to keep any profit made by the end of the year, and an overwhelming winner gets the 100K float. Given the small size of the initial investment, the locations are diverse. The north of England and Wales, mostly. Further diversity is added to the all-white group of contestants by 2 recent additions to Channel 4's presenter pantheon, the Black Sister and Brother property development team of Scarlett and Stuart Douglas, who are established property vendors and developers and sort of coach the contestants in how to buy and sell property profitably. Harriet, a Lancashire journalist in her 20s, led this competition from the outset, quickly buying and renovating a Morecambe apartment aimed at the student rental market for a 24% profit of £18,000, and then quickly doing up and selling another. But Harriet only came 3rd, behind the sentimental favorites, Gordon, an aging lorry driver, and his wife, Pamela, a care worker, who seemingly renovated, this seemed inexplicable to me, 2 whole houses all by themselves in this period. The winners, however, were the fledgling mother and daughter property development team, Janet and Olivia, whose scorn for their less experienced competitors made them unpopular with viewers. But they couldn't be voted off the show because there wasn't anything like that. Audience opinion was irrelevant. The profit they made was the sole gauge of success. So how does property porn relate to the channel's sexual offerings? Do anatomy and architecture have more than a figurative correspondence to the channel's open house? What is the relation of private parts to private property? The psychodynamic implications of the home are pretty obvious. In his essay on the uncanny, Freud argues that the female genitals have a strange familiarity even for men because they are the origin, the first home of us all. Jung widens the reference, arguing that the house we dream of represents the self, the basement being the unconscious, and so forth and so on. In societies like Britain, in which the house is usually its owner's chief asset, our home, our savings account, are a badge of class status and responsible citizenship, such an identification may seem unsurprising. But bear in mind that Gordon and Pamela on Flipping Fast, like many in this room, are not homeowners. Absent affordable dwellings, our neoliberal economy increasingly offers us not the house as chief asset, but the self, human capital. In this Foucauldian conception, as developed by commentators like Wendy Brown, the project of human capital is to enhance its portfolio value in all domains of human life. Education, training, leisure, reproduction, consumption, and more are increasingly configured as strategic decisions and practices relating to enhancing the self's future value. In a move from C.B. Macpherson's possessive individualism in his description of American capitalism, we move to the individual self as one's sole possession. It's easy enough to imagine the competitive property developers of Flipping Fast as their own capital, since George Clark continually salutes their spirit, their courage, their hard work and positivity, without reflecting too hard on how far that would take you in the British property market without 100,000 K to put down. And of course, the real accumulators of human and financial capital in the Channel 4 programs are their branded presenters. George Clark and Kirstie Allpont, Kevin MacLeod, and let's not forget Sarah Beanie, presenter of at least 17 property shows on Channel 4 and the BBC. But in Flipping Fast, the competitors are the ostensible subjects of the process of accumulation, those who desire rather than those who are desired. In Naked Attraction, that emphasis is reversed. So now I'm going into the dirty part of this presentation, just to warn you. Channel 4 has a venerable history of programs on diverse sexualities, most notably its pioneering role in the representation of LGBT people, which we've seen today, and diverse bodies in its coverage of the Paralympics since 2012, and series like Embarrassing Bodies. The aims of these programs initially accorded with the channel's remit in the 1980 Broadcasting Act to cater for audiences neglected by ITV, to ensure educational programming, and to encourage innovation and experiment in form and content. As the LGBT audience discussed by Marcus became increasingly mainstream, C4 moved into more controversial identities and practices, as in the 2021 series, actually repeated on More For this July with the program on sadomasochism. To celebrate the channel's 40th anniversary this autumn, we are promised a new development on embarrassing bodies, a documentary titled Too Large for Love, detailing very big penises. But by far the most startling venture in this area so far is the channel's flip of the old blind date formula, Naked Attraction, produced by Studio Lambert, who also did Gogglebox. Okay, we're okay for time, right? In the original Cilla Black program, which ran on ITV from 1985 to 2003, 3 contestants of one sex were questioned by a member of another sex who could hear but not see them. The chosen contestant then met for a date with the chooser, and afterwards both reported on the experience in interviews, separate interviews. Naked Attraction, which debuted in 2016, dispenses with talk as the central medium of courtship and the face as the primary signifier of character and beauty. Instead, it introduces its initially silent contestants bottom up, without their clothes on. The presenter is Anna Richardson, a 52-year-old veteran of presumptively educational C4 Sex and Body series, including Super Size and Super Skinny, the sex education show, and Secret Eaters. So, Naked Attraction. Here are the rules. A chooser offers in advance their broad specifications of what attracts them physically. 6 naked people are chosen for the chooser to choose from. They're hidden in colored booths, and they're gradually revealed to the chooser, who's clothed. The chooser may be of the same or different sex, depending on their orientation. in 3 framings, each group are reduced by 1. And as the excluded person is not chosen, the chooser explains why, generally very politely, trying to avoid obvious things like body weight or ethnicity or something that would be offensive. Okay. The unchosen person, the loser, walks forward into the set, into the foreground, and is given 1 sentence, the first time we hear them, to explain how they feel about their experience on the show, and they say something typically polite, like, I'm sorry I wasn't chosen because I really thought she was very attractive, or I've learned something and I'm more self-confident about my body, right? Okay, so let's go on now. I'm going to give you a little exercise to do, and here, trigger warnings, right? I want you to look at 3 framings as they're reduced, as people are excluded, and I want you to predict who gets chosen and who you would choose. And don't give me any guff about this isn't necessarily your gender orientation, because we know how multifarious human desire is. Okay, ready? Okay, take a look. The individuals are known, this is the first framing, the individuals are known by their colors. Interestingly, it's not Reservoir Dogs, they're not called Mr. Pink and Mr. Orange, they're just called green, blue, orange, and so forth. Okay? Have you registered these 6 contestants? Who do you think will get chosen? And who would you choose? Okay, 1 person is eliminated. We're down to 5. And the framing is up to the shoulders. We see more now of their torsos. Does that make a difference to your choice? Will it make a difference to the chooser? The chooser, by the way, is a 32-year-old black woman who's a DJ and producer, music producer called Ina, right? We don't know these people's names, and we only hear from any of them when they're excluded at first, right? Ina's the one who talks, right? And she says some interesting things. She and Richardson talk about what women like in male bodies, and one of the things they talk about in this program is penis size, and the idea that women might prefer wide penises to long penises is explored in regard to sexual stimulation. Okay, next framing. We're down to 4 now. Okay, right. Okay, let me just get back to my account here. All right. Then the chooser disrobes, right? Wait, no, at this point, the chooser asks these, the chooser eliminates 1 more person, and then she asks 3 finalists, the remaining 3 contestants, to answer a question about themselves. And this is the first time you hear anybody talk who hasn't been excluded. And the question that Ina asks is, what is the part of your body you most like, and what's the part you most dislike, right? And they reply, and then she eliminates 1 more, and then Ina disrobes, right? The chooser disrobes, and the 2 finalists emerge into the front. They get out of their pods and emerge into the front of the set, and they talk to Ina directly, and they talk about her body and what these 2, in this case men, think of Ina's physical appearance, right? Okay, now, the chooser then makes, in this case, her final selection. And this narrative of choosing between 3 possibilities, of course, accords with many of the property buying shows, but the difference is in a property buying show, you can decide on none of the above. It's not possible on Naked Attraction not to pick someone. The formation of the couple is part of its narrative imperative. Okay. The final naked loser, after Ina chooses 1 rather than the other, of 2 of the 4 men you can still see up here. You might be guessing who they are. The final naked loser then is offered a final sum up of his, in this case, experience, and more stuff about feeling self-confident about their body. Then he signs off. As each loser signs off, they're dissolved into themselves clothed. And one of the notable things about the program is how much better people look with their clothes on, all right? Okay, right. Now, one of the things they talk about with when they look at Ina's body is the fact that she's a very self-confident feminist woman, and she doesn't shave her body hair. Here's Anna Richardson pointing to her armpit. And only in Naked Attraction would the armpit be the big reveal at the end of the program. Right. Okay. Now, after the final choice has been made, the duo, now the one man chosen and the one woman, or if it's a bisexual chooser, and they, or somebody who just likes three ways, you can choose two people. You can keep both finalists and take them with you. Then you go for a meeting, a date, with your clothes on in a public place, like a cafe or bar, and then you individually report back to the program. But the final moment I want you to look at is the point where the chosen person embraces the chooser. This is the only moving clip I have, and I'll play it twice. I want you to look at the physical characteristics of the male who is chosen and the physical characteristics of the woman who does the choosing. How do I start? This is a moving clip. How do I start the movement of it? Anybody can give me some assistance on this? Can we play it back with the sound on?
Yeah.
Yeah. And can you do me a favor and help me by playing it twice?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Ah, sorry about that.
It's the final one there. Okay, and it starts with that guy. Yeah.
Enough sound?
Yeah.
No sound. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it. It's a short clip, so just bear with.
Small pause.
Huh? No sound?
He's coming.
He's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry. The sound was off.
Yeah, the sound was off. Sorry, we're nearly here.
This is why I'm not on the tech team.
No. Okay. Do you mind playing this twice?
Yeah.
You two are a couple. You look fantastic. Before you guys go, why did you pick Matty? He's got it.
He's got it all going on.
Okay. You want to play that again?
You two are a couple. You look fantastic. Before you guys go, why did you pick Matty? He's got it.
He's got it all going on.
Okay, we'll just freeze it there. That's perfect. All right. A couple of points to make. The first is that as Maddie reacts to the embrace of Ina, you notice that he gently has an erection. The second point is Maddie's gender characteristics. Maddie, as we hear in some of the brief bits of dialogue in the show, lost his right lower leg in a health crisis, and also has very long braids, and also has a very long penis. And in fact, if you look closely, he has a tattoo on the inside of his legs that he unwisely got when he was drunk in Thailand of elephant's ears, and they frame his appendage a bit like a trunk, right? Ina, by contrast, has vivid black pubic hair and this kind of cockade of black hair on the top of her head. I would maintain that they're a perfect match in terms of blended gender characteristics, and I was really rooting for them. I also found, I used to do some research on porn. I actually found this the most tender erection I've ever seen in a graphic sexual context. Unfortunately, they're not still together, right? Okay. The selection process I've illustrated in the first program transmitted represents what might be seen as the ideals of the Channel 4 sex program. Diversity in its ethnicities and anatomies of the contestants, feminism in the self-presentation and preferences of its black female chooser, education in the discussion of issues like what forms of the bodies women prefer for sex, humor in the choice of her choice of the partner Maddie with his elephant ear tattoos, and crucially, sex positivity, particularly in their hug in the greeting, and the reaction to it and her enthusiasm about his enthusiasm. Yeah. There it is. Naked attraction. Yeah. Although Ofcom received numerous complaints about the full frontal nudity, it has not investigated naked attraction. Nudity is not contrary to its rules, so no sex is shown, and the program is transmitted after the watershed, currently at 10. The contestants are not paid, although each episode takes up to 12 hours to film. So what's in it for them? Non-payment obviates the main attraction for participating in pornography, although physical attractiveness undoubtedly enhances human capital and certainly also your self-confidence. And we've seen discourses in the show about all that. Human capital acquired by physical self-confidence could be said to align the contestants of naked attraction with those who seek human capital in status-enhancing properties. However, the working-class occupations, for the greater part of the naked attraction candidates and their younger ages, differentiate them quite a lot from the kinds of people who buy property in the other programs. Right. And these factors, together with the physical exposure of the contestants and the avoidance of harm issue that John Ellis mentioned this morning, led the House's Digital Culture, Media and Sports Committee to question Channel 4's chief, Alex Mahon, about the well-being not of the audience, but of the contestants. In a letter of July 23, 2019, she replied that the feedback from the then 392 people who had taken part was predominantly very positive, particularly in relation to contributors' increased level of confidence or body positivity after the episode aired. The program takes some care to ensure that that's the case by prior psychological assessments, encouragement to speak with family and employers before appearing, good idea, and time to reconsider participation even on the day of filming. What Mahone doesn't discuss is a possible motive that Naked Attractives contestants could share with those in flipping fast, marshalling human capital to acquire financial capital. Are some of its contestants sex workers advertising their wares? Or do they share a more respectable exhibitionism, the still powerful desire to appear on TV as a badge of micro-celebrity? If celebrity or confidence or commerce are possible payoffs for the participants in Naked Attraction, and here I'm going to sum up, what's in it for the audience? After all, the representational nature of pornography ensures that our experience is virtual. We never get the naked person or the house. In the 6 years since the program's inception, the increasing circulation of dick pics and female nudity on social media make it difficult to discern an educational benefit in regard to anatomy or courtship for teen viewers. And I would also say that one might worry about what the effect of a narrative of serial exclusion for your physical characteristics might do to the unwary teen viewer. Meanwhile, the unchanging format of the program, which was quite original in 2016, rules out an abiding sense of its originality today. Nevertheless, the program's ratings are still very high, higher than 98% of all other game shows, although its fame greatly exceeds its approval. It seems to be a program people love to hate. So finally, what do you think about Channel 4's sexual programming and its property counterpart? Given the highly generic and repetitive character and scheduling of both subgenres, do you perceive the innovation and alternative address once promised by the channel's unique remit? Or as it all proved, as Shakespeare wrote of lust, before a joy proposed, behind a dream? Thank you.
In one of the other sessions, the discussion was around diversity, particularly due to concerning race and socioeconomic background, and telling stories not just about marginalized communities, but by marginalized communities. And what was discussed was sort of certain conditions where Channel 4 would commission these very diverse stories. So do you, and it's meant for Marcus, but I'd like to hear from both of you. Do you think there are certain conditions for showing diverse stories in terms of homosexuality or any other type of diverse story?
I'm just trying to think about your question historically, as it were, because my knowledge of Channel 4, and after having seen the clips there, I think mercifully ends somewhere in the 1980s. I mean, I think that the sort of different claims that were being made in the 1980s, and for that matter before, about what were the acceptable forms of gay representation were ones that were being carried on within lesbian and gay community, and you can see that in the responses, often negative to 1 in 5. And then there were also ones which were necessarily being addressed by the commissioners at the time. And so a lot of energy in the 1980s, I think, in Channel 4 was expended upon deciding what were the kind of limits. And I think Mandy, as being, involved in those discussions, is probably a good person to hand over to at this point.
Well, when we did, Marcus talked about a 1982 program. When we did Out on Tuesday, and it was commissioned in 89, the condition for diversity, if you like, was the fact that the independent programming section of Channel 4 had a diverse member, Caroline Spry, who was a lesbian herself, who was quite committed to having LGBT programming on I'm not sure if she was there in 82, but she was certainly there by 88, and she was very, very committed to a range of LGBT representations. Well, LGB, not so much T in Caroline's case, representations on the channel. So without her, very little of this would happen, and she already has given a presentation this week in the BFI series on this, which you can probably go back and look at. The questions of diversity later on seem to me to be in some senses geometric or formulaic. You notice that people put black people into programs like the two brother and sister presenters on George Clark's Flipping Fast to set up a ratio, an appropriate ratio, as the program makers see it, of black people, because there weren't any black contestants, yeah? Things like that seem to happen almost, we've got to have one of so many different kinds in the thing. this also operates very clearly in Naked Attraction, where there is a range of ethnicities in each original group of 6. Is somebody?
Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah. I think regardless of whatever the individual chooser specifies for their favorite taste, you're definitely going to see more than one ethnicity. You're definitely going to see one person who's heavier than all the others, and so forth and so on, to make points about the diversities of body sizes, ethnic origins, and so forth in the programs. And this seems to be a dutiful, if you like, consideration in terms of representation and fairness, whether it's wholehearted in the sense that, I mean, there are lots of other programs where you're just devoted to one kind of body to make a point about, say, weight, or disabilities of different kinds to make certain points about the oppression, perhaps, of people in those social categories.
I'm afraid it's gone 5, so we have to finish. But thank you ever so much, Marcus and Mandy, and
thank you.
Wonderful first day.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you too.